Welcome to Simplilearn's Business Analytics full course. Are you ready to step into the exciting world of business analytics, where data is the key to help businesses make smarter, quicker decisions? As a business analyst, you learn how to turn numbers into powerful insight that spark real growth. With business analysts in high demand and beyond, there's no better time to start your journey now. So in this course, we will take you from the basics to advanced stuff. You will learn how to use Power BI, tidy up messy data, and create reports that pack a punch. Plus, you'll get hands-on experience with real-world projects, prepare for job interviews, and earn certifications that set your career on fire. So let's dive in and start building your future in business analytics.
It is no surprise that business analytics and business intelligence are two of the fastest growing markets in the world. Organizations today are generating data at a rapid rate. There is a need to use this business data and make smarter decisions. Companies are looking for methods and tools to turn business data into actionable insights. This is where business analytics and intelligence can help play a critical role. Business analytics is the process of collecting, analyzing, and drawing valuable conclusions from vast volumes of data available. It helps to improve business performance through fact-based decision making. On the other hand, business intelligence or BI is a technology that enables data preparation, data mining, data management, and data visualization. It allows you to analyze data with queries and create reports and dashboards with the help of charts and graphs to be used by business leaders. Business analytics and business intelligence together create capabilities for companies to compete in the market effectively. Consider this example. Suppose you sell homemade chocolates through an online store. Business intelligence provides meaningful insights into the past and current state of your business. BI tells you that sales of your milk chocolate have spiked up in Texas the past 2 weeks. So you decide to manufacture more milk chocolates to keep up with demand. Business analytics asks, why did sales of milk chocolate spike up in Texas? By scrutinizing your website data, you learned that most traffic has come from a post by a food blogger based in Texas who liked your milk chocolate. This insight helps you decide to send complimentary chocolates to a few other well-known food bloggers throughout the United States. Using cutting-edge business analytics and intelligence tools such as Microsoft Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau can enhance customer experience, improve efficiency, conduct competitor analysis, and accelerate growth. With this basic knowledge of business analytics and business intelligence, let's look at the topics we'll be covering in this video. We will start with learning the need for business analytics and the responsibilities of a business analyst. Then, we will look at the top business analytics skills and learn about business analytics and intelligence with Microsoft Excel. After that, we will see the basics of business intelligence and get an idea about Agile and Scrum methodologies. Next, we will learn to create reports and dashboards in Microsoft Excel and understand in detail how to visualize data with top business intelligence tools such as Power BI and Tableau. Let's get started. We will understand the importance of business analysts with a short and interesting story. So meet Rob. He runs a cafe in a small town far away. His cafe is one of the oldest and most popular eateries in town. Rob's cafe was hugely popular amongst customers and it was doing very well until the onset of the deadly coronavirus. Due to COVID-19, like other eateries, Rob was forced to shut down his cafe too. This took a heavy toll on his business and subsequently he lost his customers. None of his customers visited his cafe and this resulted in a huge loss for him. He knew he couldn't afford to close his business forever as it would take time for coronavirus to be eradicated. But he was lost. This situation was new to him and he didn't know how to reopen his business amidst this pandemic. After a lot of brainstorming, he recollected reading about business analysts. He remembered that business analysts are professionals who enable a change in an organization. He felt like a business analyst could help him sort out his current business problems. Hence, without wasting any time, he set out to hire a business analyst. He hired Ted, the business analyst, to help him with his ongoing business problems. Rob entrusted Ted with reopening the business. The first step Ted took was to have a discussion with Rob and understand the business problems and the objectives. That is ideally the first step a business analyst would take. On discussing with Rob, Ted learned that the business objective was to reopen the business and get at least 80% of the customer base back. In addition to that, Rob also wanted Ted to look for sustainable ways to reopen and continue the business in the long run amidst the pandemic. Ted studied the case and he came up with a few suggestions that he thought was fit for Rob's business. His first suggestion was to develop an exclusive home delivery app for Rob's Cafe. This way, Ted knew that business will improve as customers prefer home delivery in the current scenario. Next, Ted suggested that Rob has work-from-home meal boxes added to his menu. Many professionals are working from home currently, and having work-from-home meal boxes would be a good pick for such professionals in the middle of a busy day. Ted's third suggestion was to bring down the selling cost by providing discount coupons that can be utilized by customers. Having a discount will enable more customers to order from Rob's Cafe. Of course, it was not possible to get the customer base back without any sort of price cuts in the current situation. Finally, Ted suggested that Rob's staff would facilitate home delivery orders. This way, he didn't have to lay off his staff and at the same time get the home delivery running. So these were a few suggestions given by Ted. Yes, depending on the situation, business analysts can take up different approaches. So after the suggestions were accepted by Rob for the app, Ted began to make sure that the development went well by collaborating with the IT team. Ted became the intermediary between the IT team and Rob. He provided suggestions to the team, checked the app through user interface testing, and made sure that the requirements met well. The same applied to the other business requirements and changes as well. Ted held regular meetings to gauge the progress and also kept Rob in the loop and updated him with the status of the project. Attending regular catch-ups helped Rob gain an insight into the progress and give his feedback from time to time. Ted made sure that the entire case was well documented. By doing so, he could always refer to the documents in the future with similar cases as well. Ted made presentations that showed Rob the business growth after implementing the changes, and Ted always supported his presentations with data. Rob was very impressed with Ted's business approach. Such an approach not only helped Rob reopen his business amidst the COVID-19, but also helped him get 80% of his customer base back. Ted successfully brought about a positive change in Rob's business, which was highly beneficial. So that is how Ted, the business analyst, helped Rob make a business sustainable. This was the importance of having a business analyst in Rob's organization. Don't you think every organization should have a business analyst? Well, yes. Depending on the business domain and the situation, the roles and responsibilities may vary.
Let's start off and have a look at a day in the life of a business analyst through a small story. So meet Angela, who is working as a business analyst in an application development firm. Her firm builds applications for clients depending on their requirements. Our next character is Rob. He is a budding entrepreneur with a vision of setting up his own e-commerce app. He plans on selling several electronic gadgets like phones, laptops, cameras, etc. on his app. So what is Rob's first step? Well, he approaches Angela's firm one day with the vision of creating his e-commerce app. Angela and Rob start talking business, and Angela promises to help Rob with his app creation. She assures him that she will look into his business requirements and coordinate with him to get the app running. Rob is happy about it and agrees to cooperate with Angela regarding all the business requirements from his end. Angela, as we know, is the business analyst. She starts planning Rob's project, and without any delay, she embarks on this project's journey. She has a set of planned steps that will help her fulfill Rob's requirements. But what are the steps she takes? Is her approach going to be effective and quick? Let's find out the answers to these questions now. Up next, you can learn about Angela's approach that helps her deliver Rob's project smoothly and without any hassles. These steps that we are going to look at are the typical roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Here, we will understand these roles better with respect to Angela's and Rob's story. First and foremost, Angela understands Rob's business objectives, problems, and requirements. Without understanding this, do you think Angela will be able to proceed? No. Hence, a business analyst like Angela understands the problems related to Rob's business and comes up with the right solution to achieve the goals of the business. She brainstorms around what is best suited for an e-commerce app focusing on electronic gadgets. In the next step, Angela gathers all the necessary requirements. Here, she understands Rob's requirements and makes sure that they are on the same page regarding the project and its goals. Both of them together arrive at a stipulated deadline for the project completion. She gathers relevant information based on security of the app, the payment setup, ways to login, cost of the products, and style, to name a few. Once Angela has an in-depth understanding of Rob's project and gathers all the necessary requirements, She starts allocating resources by keeping in mind the budget of the project. Here, she recognizes and allocates tasks and resources to the development team. BAs work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. Angela ensures that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding Rob's requirements. In this step, along with the development team, she finalizes the software and tools required to build the project. Angela doesn't rest until the project is delivered to Rob. She continuously monitors the progress and constantly provides her feedback to the development team with respect to the app's layout, design, and other features. She gives them suggestions in order to improve the application. In the next step, Angela collects feedback of the prototype version of the app from the users. She notes down if the prototype is fine or if it requires more work. BAs validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs also assess the functional and non-functional requirements. After collecting feedback, Angela moves to one of her most crucial duties, and that is building reports. Data visualization is a key skill for any BA. In order to gauge the performance of the app and get valuable insights from it, Angela builds reports using various data visualization tools like Tableau, Power BI, and QlikView. Reports can be general reports such as detailed reports, or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized reports with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. It is not uncommon for issues to crop up amidst this entire process. Hence, Angela conducts regular meetings with the development team and Rob to solve problems quickly. Having these meetings will help Rob understand the status of the project, and it will also help the teams proceed in the right path. Throughout this project phase, Angela makes sure to maintain transparency. On completion of the project, Angela documents and presents the project findings to Rob. Generally, business analysts present the project outcomes to the stakeholders and clients along with maintenance reports. Angela notes down all the project learnings and details in a concise manner. This will help her take better decisions in the future, and these documents will save her time while implementing the next project. Now that she has completed all her duties and responsibilities with respect to Rob's project, she is ready to deliver the final e-commerce application to Rob for use. Rob is rest assured that the application developed by Angela's firm is apt for his business and just what he wanted. Angela's streamlined approach made it easier for the project to be delivered within the stipulated time period. Rob is happy, and I'm sure he will come back to Angela's firm for projects in the future. So those responsibilities that we saw Angela carry out are ideally the roles and responsibilities for any business analyst out there. Yes, some may vary depending on the company you work for and the project you're working on. Business analyst is a professional who is responsible for bridging the gap between IT and business teams. They use analytics to evaluate processes, determine requirements, deliver data-driven solutions, and generate reports to executives and stakeholders. Business analyst is an individual who is a part of the business operation and works closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They also help in assisting in integration and testing of new solutions. Growing a career in a field with high demand such as business analysis could be a challenge, and competition for business analyst positions can be intense. So you should have a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. A BA should successfully identify and recognize the organization's business objective. They should understand the business problems and think of a lucrative business solution. They need to understand and collect the business requirements from clients and stakeholders, allocate the right resources, and improve the existing business. Documentation of business findings is another important key role of a business analyst. BAs interact with the development team to design the solution for solving a particular problem. They often need to spend a certain amount of time in meetings in order to save the development team from spending their time in understanding the stakeholders' requirement. They often give feedback on the layout of a software application as to what all features need to be added and what functionalities should the application contain, and also implement the newly designed features that a business needs. While BAs identify the needs, define the features, write use cases, uncover business rules, and manage issues, They should also gauge the functional and non-functional requirements in a business. Business analysts run meetings with stakeholders and other authorities. Hence, discussing issues with the client face-to-face can do wonders and even help in solving problems quickly. They engage with business leaders and users to understand how data-driven changes to products, services, software, and hardware can improve efficiency and add value. They verify and validate if the project is running well with the help of user acceptance testing and the solutions are in line with the client's requirements. They also ensure that the product delivered satisfies the user requirements. Finally, BAs write documentations and build visualizations to explain all the findings and draw business insights. They also deliver maintenance reports. They need to develop informative, coherent, and usable documents for the success of a project. Business analyst skills are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading, and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, ggplot, and matplotlib. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS and SPSS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The 7th skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. A business analyst should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now the 8th skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate, and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete, and insert. Microsoft Excel is the 9th skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis, and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter, and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills, we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution. With that, we have covered our top skills for a business analyst. If you have any questions related to the skills that we covered, then please put it in the chat section. Our team will help you solve your queries. Now, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you grow your career in business analytics and help you become a business analyst. So let me search for Simplilearn here. This is the Simplilearn website, and on the search bar, let me look for business analyst. You can see there are a few courses related to business analyst. So let me open these two courses. So let's go to the first course. So this is the Business Analyst Master's Program. Now this program is endorsed. Education provider is IIBA. Now if you look on the right, we have the different courses that will be covered as part of this Master's Program. So there is Introduction to Business Analysis, Certified Business Analytics Professional. You'll also learn about Agile and Scrum. There's Business Analytics with Excel. You'll also get training in SQL. There's Tableau training. And you'll also get to work on Business Analyst capstone projects. If I scroll down, now here are the tools that will be covered as part of this course. So there's Microsoft Excel, Jira, Tableau, Power BI, PostgreSQL, then there's Planbox, Target Process, and others. Here you can see the program advisors, and if I scroll further, this is the entire course content we have. These are the different courses that you will be learning in this course, and after you finish the course, you will receive a certificate which will look similar to this. So please go ahead and enroll to this course if you want to start your career in business analytics. Now let me take you to another program. We have postgraduate program in business analysis. Now this is in partnership with Purdue University, and endorsed education provider is IIBA. If I scroll down, you can see here the key features of this course. You'll get Purdue Postgraduate Program Certification, Alumni Association membership, master classes from Purdue faculties, enrollment in Simplilearn's Job Assist. There's 170 plus hours of blended learning, 11 plus hands-on projects, custom projects in 3 domains. If I scroll further, on the right you can see this is the Purdue certification that you will receive after finishing the course, and you will also get the certificate received by International Institute of Business Analysis, that is IIBA. Let's scroll down. You also have the advantage for enrolling to Simplilearn Job Assist program. So you will get IIM Jobs Pro membership for 6 months, resume assistance and career monitoring. You'll also have interview preparation and career affairs. Now here you can see the program details. So you will learn about an introduction to business analysis, certified business analysis professional, there's Agile and Scrum, business analytics with Excel, Tableau training, business analyst capstone project. And you also have the opportunity to enroll for some electives. So we have Purdue University Business Analysis Masterclass. You can also enroll to a Power BI course, and there's Agile and Scrum Foundation. If I scroll down, here you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this program. So there's business analysis, there's elicitation and collaboration, requirement analysis, planning and monitoring. Let me click on view more. You have strategy analysis, dashboarding, wireframing, that's data visualization, statistical analysis using Excel, SQL database, there's requirement lifecycle management, and lots more. So these are the tools that will be covered in this course. We have Microsoft Excel, Zira, Fogbuzz, Planbox, that's Rally, Power BI, PostgreSQL, that's version 1, target process, and others. And now this is the important part. These are the industry related projects that you will get to work on once you enroll to this course. So the first project is canteen ordering system for Unilever. We also have library management system for Stanford University. There's WhatsApp Pay, and you can see the description of these projects mentioned below. And you also have hospital management system for Mayo Clinic. They are our course advisors for this course. Now they are directly related to Purdue University. If I scroll further, there's the learner's profile and how the industry trend has been for business analysts. So please go ahead and enroll to this program if you really want to start your career or you want to grow your career as a business analyst.
Now here is a quick roadmap that depicts what a fresher needs to possess to become a business analyst. First, they need to have a graduation degree in a related field. Then, knowledge of SQL and relational database is very important. Thirdly, a fresher should have good hands-on experience with programming languages, and that's a prerequisite. And finally, they need to have good communication skills to nail the role of a business analyst. Up next, we have the roadmap that depicts what an experienced professional needs to possess to become a business analyst. Firstly, they should have good knowledge of the domain they're currently working in. Next, they should know how to write SQL queries. An experienced professional should be good with programming languages. In addition to that, they need to have good communication and negotiation skills. Finally, they should be good at creating interactive reports using business intelligence tools. In addition to that, having a certification offered by International Institute of Business Analysis, such as Certified Business Analysis Professional, would be highly beneficial.
Hello, and welcome to the lesson Formatting, Conditional Formatting, and Important Functions. In this lesson, we will learn about custom formatting, how to use conditional formatting and formulas, and implement logical, statistical, and mathematical functions. Let's say we need to differentiate the sales value from the given data set as above target, below target, and met target. As a data set can be huge and complex, differentiating each value manually would consume a lot of effort and time. Here comes the Excel features such as formatting and conditional formatting, which enables us to perform this task easily. Formatting, as the name suggests, helps us to format the data using different techniques, making the data easy to read in the required format and analyze them. The right formatting technique applied to the worksheets can help the users present the data efficiently. Conditional formatting, a type of formatting, helps us visually explore and analyze data, detect critical issues, and identify patterns and trends. Conditional formatting helps to add patterns and trends to the raw information using different colors, icons, and formulae, etc. At times, we also need to perform mathematical operations and calculations within our data set. Excel provides a large number of logical, statistical, and mathematical functions such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and, if, not, rank, quartile, and many more that can help the users to perform calculations ranging from basic to complex operations. These inbuilt functions help us to manage data and perform descriptive statistical analysis. Excel also offers a wide range of important formulas that help to perform many common tasks. These formulae may be as simple as basic addition, or it could be a complex combination of inbuilt Excel functions. Before going into details, let us start this lesson by defining the objectives of the lesson. The worksheets appear more polished and easy to read if proper formatting techniques are applied to it. We can format the cells in Microsoft Excel manually by selecting fonts, font color, font size, background colors, and borders. We can also use numerous predefined table styles or quick styles to quickly format a table automatically. This is the basic formatting in Excel. If these built-in functions do not meet our needs or do not display the data in the format that we require, we can create our own custom format. In this topic, we will focus on custom formatting in Excel. Let's say we want to display 1,532,000 as 1.53 M, or the 1st of January 2016 date, with a weekday as the first Friday, January 2016. Here, we can use custom formatting feature of Excel. Let's see how we can accomplish this in Excel. In this lesson, we shall consider the following fields from our master table: dates, order ID, product, salesman, region, number of customers, net sales, and profit and loss. Here in the given worksheet, we have a column named Net Sales. Suppose we want to display the values of net sales in terms of thousands. For example, 7,164 should be displayed as 7.16K. Select the entire column for net sales. Under the Home tab, click the drop-down present in the Numbers panel. Select the option More Number Formats. A Format Cells dialog box appears. From the category list, select the type as Custom. In the Type text box, enter number, column, number 0, decimal 00, comma, open double quote, capital K, close double quote. Here, number is the digit holder with thousand comma separation. Each comma after decimal 00 indicate divide value by 1000. The 2 zeros after decimal point indicate number of value after decimal places. The K component displays a literal K character to denote thousands. Here we can see the preview in sample box. The value shown is 7.16K. Finally, click OK button. The values in column Net Sales are now displayed in terms of thousands. Now let us consider another example of date formatting. In the column Dates, we have a date value written as 1st Jan 2012. We want to display it as 1st Sunday, Jan 2012. First, select the column containing dates. Under the Home tab, click the drop-down present in Numbers panel. Select the option More Number Formats. A Format Cell dialog box appears. From the category list, select the type as Custom. In the Type text box, enter DD-DDDD-MMM-YY. Here, D stands for date, M stands for month, and Y stands for year. The first 2DD is the date. The next 4, DDDD, is for weekday, say Thursday. Then MMM is for the month in short form, and YY is for year. Here we can see in the preview in the sample box, the value shown is 1 Sunday, Jan 12. Finally, click on OK button. Thus, the custom formatting helps us in changing the appearance of the cell value according to our needs. A worksheet may contain thousands of rows of data. By simply examining the raw information, it would be difficult to see patterns and trends. Conditional formatting helps us visualize data that make worksheets easier to understand. It quickly highlights important information in a spreadsheet by using colors, icons, and data bars. It changes the appearance of one or more cells when the cell value meets certain criteria. To do this, we need to create a conditional formatting rule. For example, a conditional formatting rule can be, if value is greater than 5,000, color the cell yellow. By applying this rule, we will be able to quickly see which cells contain values that are greater than 5,000. Let us understand this with the help of examples. Consider the given sales table, which depicts the amount of sales done by each salesman. Here, we want to highlight the duplicate order ID values. First, select the Order ID column. Click Home tab. Under Styles panel, select the option Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, hover the mouse over Highlight Cells Rules and select Duplicate Values. A Duplicate Values dialog box appears. Select a formatting style from the drop-down menu. In our example, we will choose Green Fill with dark green text. Click OK. Here, we can see that the conditional formatting is applied to the column Order ID. Excel highlights all the duplicate cells with green fill with dark green text. We can also explore other options available in conditional formatting, like greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains, a date occurring, and top/bottom rules. All these rules work in the similar format. Excel provides predefined styles to quickly apply conditional formatting to our data. They are data bars. Data bars are horizontal bars added to each column, much like a bar graph. Color scales. Color scales change the color of each cell based on its value. Each color scale uses a 2 or 3 color gradient. Icon sets. Icon sets add specific icon to each cell based on its value. Let us consider another example to explain how icon set rules are used. Consider the given sales table. Here, on the basis of the sales amount, we want to apply the icon set rule. If sales amount is greater than 8,000, then a green arrow should appear in the upward direction. If sales amount is between 5,000 and 8,000, then show a yellow arrow in the horizontal direction. And if sales amount is less than 5,000, then show a red arrow in the downward direction. To perform conditional formatting, select the desired cells, click on Home tab. Under Styles panel, select the option Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, hover the mouse over Icon Set Rules and select the first rule. Again, click on Conditional Formatting, select the option Manage Rules from the drop-down. A Conditional Formatting Rules Manager dialog box appears. Go to Icon Set Rule and select 3 Icon Set Rule. Click on Edit Rule, and an Edit Rule Formatting dialog box appears. By default, for 3 Icon Set Rule, Excel uses the 67th percentile and the 33rd percentile rule. This means that it shows a green arrow for values greater than 67%, yellow arrows for values between 67 and 33%, and red arrow for values less than 33%. Now let us customize this rule for our criteria. In the Type drop-down, select the option As Number. In the Value Reference box, enter value as 8,000 for green color arrow and 5,000 for yellow color arrow. Excel automatically picks the criteria for the red color arrow. Click OK. In the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager window, click OK. We can see that the cells are highlighted as per our criteria. Cells which have a value greater than 8,000 have a green arrow in the upward direction. Values between 5K and 8K are highlighted with a yellow arrow, and values less than 5K are highlighted with a red arrow. We can also apply conditional formatting rule with the help of formulas. Consider the given table, which shows the profit done by each salesman. Here, we want to highlight the rows in the table wherever profit is greater than 4,000. Select the entire table along with headings. Click on Conditional Formatting. Select the option New Rule from the drop-down. A new formatting rule dialog box appears. Under Select Rule Type, select the option Use a formula to determine which cells to format. Under Format Values reference box, enter the formula as equals if, open bracket, $H2 greater than 4,000, comma, true, comma, false, close bracket. This will apply formatting to a cell if the profit is greater than 4,000. Click on Format button. From the Format Cells dialog box, select the Fill tab. From the Color dialog box, select the color as green. Finally, click OK. The conditional formatting is successfully applied to the cells. Here, we can see that the cells with the profit greater than 4,000 are highlighted with the green color. Logical functions evaluate a cell or cells for a criteria and returns a Boolean value, true or false. In this topic, we will cover various logical functions like if, and, or, not, true, false. Consider the given sales table. Here, on the basis of the sales amount, we want to determine the commission percentage of each salesman. Following is the criteria. If net sales greater than or equal to 10,000, set commission as 5%. If net sales greater than or equal to 5,000 and less than or equal to 10,000, set commission as 2.5%. If net sales less than 5,000, set commission as 1.5%. This is a common condition where we're required to create a between formula that picks all values between the two given values. In such conditions, we use if with the AND function. Let's write the formula in cell I5. Like any other formula, we will start with the equal sign. Then type our function name, if, and then type an open parentheses. The first parameter we need to pass is a logical test. Here, the logical test is if sales, cell G5, greater than or equal to 10,000, assign value as 5%. Then we will pass the second logical test. Here, we will use AND function. If, open bracket, and, open bracket, sales at cell G5 greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, at cell G5 less than or equal to 10,000, comma, assign value as 2.5%. In the else parameter, we will type 1.5%. This means that if the first two cases become false, then the formula will assign the value 1.5. Finally, close the two braces for the two ifs. Thus, Excel returns the result as 2.5% for cell G5. Now drag the formula with the help of the fill handle. We can see the results for the other cells as well. The OR function returns true if any of the conditions are true and returns false if all of the conditions are false. In the given table, we are required to assign performance remarks for each salesman as per the scaling table. In scaling table, we have the criteria that if net sales greater than 10,000 or profit greater than 5,000, set remark as good. Else, set remark as needs improvement. Let's write the formula using if, and, or to check sales and maximum sales in cell J5. So our formula becomes equals if, open bracket, or, open bracket, G5 greater than 10,000, comma, H5 greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, double quote, good, double quote, comma, double quote, need improvement, double quote, close bracket. Let's drag this formula across the cells with the help of the fill handle. This formula will return true if any of the condition is true. Thus, in the given example, the cell J9 returns good, even if profit is less than 5,000. Our next function is true/false. True/false returns true and false respectively if we write them in any cell. The not function reverses the result of the function. If result is true, it returns false, else true. Let's write formula as equal, not, open bracket, K5, close bracket, in cell L5. This returns the result as false. Let us now study about different lookup and reference functions used in Excel, such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, match, index, and offset function. The VLOOKUP function lets us search for specific information in the current worksheet. Say we have a list of students with marks. We can search for the marks of a specific student. If our table is in horizontal format and we want to determine a specific value, then we use the HLOOKUP function. Consider the extract from our master sales table. The table depicts sales information based on order ID, products sold, salesmen, and net sales. Now we want to determine the net sales corresponding to order ID 1121. Let's understand how we can accomplish this using the VLOOKUP function. Note that VLOOKUP function is only used for vertical tables. Let's use cell I2 to add the formula. Like any other formula, we will start with the equal sign, then type our function name, VLOOKUP, and then type an open parentheses. Now we will add the arguments. The first argument is lookup value. Lookup value corresponds to the value or item we are searching for. So, in our example, it will be order ID 1121, cell H2. The second argument is table array. Table array is the cell range that contains the data. In this example, our data is in cell B2 to E40. The third argument is column index number. The column index number is the column number in which we are looking for information. Here, in our table array, net sales is the fourth column, so our third argument will be 4. The fourth argument is range lookup. This value corresponds if we are looking for approximate matches or not, and can have value either true or false. True denotes the approximate match, and false denotes the exact match. Here, we will pass false. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function has the form equal VLOOKUP, open bracket, H2, comma, B2 colon E40, comma, 4, comma, false, close bracket. We can see that the function returns the value as 2277. Note that the VLOOKUP function works from left to right. That means the lookup value should always be present in the leftmost column of our table array. If our table is in horizontal format and we want to determine a specific value, then we use the HLOOKUP function. Consider the given table. Let's write the formula in cell I4. We will start with the equal sign, then type our function name, HLOOKUP, and then type open parentheses. The first argument is the lookup value. So in our example, it will be order ID equals 1121, cell 84. The second argument is table array. In this example, our data is in cell G8 to AS11. The third argument is row index number. Here, our table array net sales is the fourth row, so our third argument will be 4. The fourth argument is range lookup. Here, we will pass false. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function has the form equals HLOOKUP, open bracket, H4, comma, G8, colon, AS11, comma, 4, comma, false, close bracket. The function returns the value 2277. Note that HLOOKUP function works from left to right. That means lookup value should always be in the topmost row of your table array. The match function searches for a specified value in an item in a single dimensional array and then returns the relative position of that item in the array. Let us understand its functioning with the help of an example. Consider the given sales table shown. Here, we want to determine the position of the corresponding date in the original table. So let's write the formula in cell E5. Type =, then type the function name, match, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the lookup value. So in our example, it will be date in cell B5. The second argument is lookup array. The lookup array is a range of cells that contains the value we are searching for. In this example, we will select the cells B17 to B1342. The third argument is match type. Match type can be either -1, 0, or 1. The value should be 1 if we want to find the largest value less than or equal to the lookup value. The value should be 0 if we want to find the first value exactly equal to lookup value. It should be -1 if we want to find the smallest value greater than or equal to lookup value. Here, we will pass the match type as 0, as we require an exact match. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function should look like match, open bracket, B5, comma, $B, $17, colon, $B, $1342, comma, 0, close bracket. This returns the value as 3. Now we can drag the formula across cells with the help of the fill handle. Similarly, we can use the match formula in cell E3 to determine the position of the shown field name, cell C3, in range B17 to I17. For example, net sales is at 7th position in the range B17 to I17. Let's write the function in cell E3. Write formula as =, match, and open parentheses. In the first argument, select cell C3. For second argument, select cells B17 to I17. Pass third argument as 0. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function looks like match, open bracket, C3, comma, $B, $17, colon, $I, $17, comma, 0, close bracket. So for profit loss field, the value returned is 8. Net sale, the value returned is 7th. The index function returns value from a specified position in a specific column in a list. Suppose we want to determine the value of a field mentioned in cell C3 from the sales table on a specified date. The table should dynamically fetch the value if the value of the cell C3 is changed. If we enter profit loss, formula should fetch the profit loss value for the specified date. If we write net sales in cell C3, then formula should fetch net sales value for specified date. So let's use the index function to determine the value in this worksheet. Select cell C5, write formula as =, index, and open parentheses. The first argument is the array. For our example, enter B17, colon, I1342. The second argument is the row num. This corresponds to the row number that has the value we want to return. Here we will enter E5, which denotes the required date. The third column is colnum. This corresponds to the column number that has the value we want to return. Here we will enter E3, which denotes the position of the field name in cell C3 in table. Finally, close the parentheses. Thus, our formula returns the value as 6,528 based on the position at cells E5. This is the net sales value on the date, the 2nd of January. Now drag the formula with the fill handle to the other cells as well. The offset function returns a reference to a range that is the offset number of the rows and columns from another range or cell. Now let's understand how to use it. Select cell D5, write formula as =offset, and open parentheses. The first argument is the reference. This denotes the starting range from which the offset will be applied. For our example, we will select the reference cell as B17. The second argument is the rows. This denotes the number of rows to apply as the offset to the reference. This can be a positive or a negative number. So for our example, we will enter E5 minus 1. Here, we are subtracting 1 to match number of row which have the value and the offset from the reference cell. The third argument is the calls. This corresponds to the column number that has the value we want to return. Here, we will enter E3, which denotes the position of the field name, and subtract by 1 to match with the offset referencing. Finally, close the parentheses. The function returns the value based on the position of date from cell B5 and field from cell C3. Now drag the formula across the cells with the help of the fill handle. If we enter profit/loss, formula should fetch the profit/loss value for the specified date. A variety of statistical functions are available in Excel to perform calculations ranging from basic function, mean, median, and mode, to more composite distribution and test, binomial or chi-square. In this topic, we will cover various statistical functions like SUMIF, COUNTIFs, percentile, quartile, standard deviation, and median. SUMIFs and COUNTIFs are the most frequently used functions in Excel. These functions allow us to perform count and sum based on one or more criteria. The SUMIFs function calculates the sum of cells based on certain criteria. Let's understand how to use the function with the help of an example. Consider the given sales table. Say we want to determine the net sales done by salesman Justin. Here, we will use the SUMIFs function to calculate net sales. So let's write the formula in cell N4. Type =, then type the function name SUMIFs, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the sum range. This is the input range that contains the required data. So in our example, we will select cells H4 to H1328. The second argument is the criteria range. This denotes the range that contains the required criteria. Here, we will pass the range that holds salesman's name, cells E4 to E1328. The third argument is criteria. This corresponds to our required criteria. We only require net sales of the salesman Justin, so we will select cell M4. Finally, close the parentheses. Note that we can pass multiple criteria in this function. The function returns the net sales done by Justin. COUNTIFs function works in a similar manner like SUMIFs. It counts the number of cells in a given range when certain criteria is met. Say in the given sales table, we want to determine the total number of sales for net sales greater than 8,000. To determine the count, we will use the COUNTIFs function. So let's write the formula in cell N5. Type the =, then type the function name, COUNTIFs, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the criteria range, 1. This denotes the range that contains the required criteria. Here, we will pass the cells containing net sales, H4 to H1328. The second argument is criteria 1. This corresponds to our required criteria. We only require entries with net sales greater than 8,000, so we will enter greater than 8,000. Finally, close the parentheses. Note that the function allows you to enter multiple criteria. Cell N5 reflects the total number of sales as 445 for net sales greater than 8,000. In this topic, we will learn how to use the functions percentile, quartile, standard deviation, and median in Excel. Consider the given sales table. Let's see how to use the percentile function on net sales to find its 40th percentile. Select the cell N6. Write the formula as %, open bracket. Select the column net sales H4 to H1328 as our first argument. Pass the second argument as 0.4 in order to find the 40th percentile. This returns the result 5,220. This means that 40% of the net sales is less than or equal to 5,220. The next function is quartile. Quartile function depicts the results for the first, second, third, and fourth quartile. Say we want to find the total number of sales which are less than or equal to 25%. Let's use the quartile function to calculate this. Select cell N7 to write the formula. Type =, function name is quartile, and open braces. Select net sales column H4 to H1328 as the first argument. Type 1 as the second argument. The second argument must be a number between 0 and 4. The function returns the value as 3,822, which means that 25% of the sale is less than or equal to 3,822. Note that here we can use the percentile function to perform the same task. The function percentile H4 to H1328, 0.25 gives us the same result. It's up to us which function we would like to use for the quartiles. Excel has a function to calculate sample standard deviations, STDEV. Standard deviation determines how dispersed the data is from the mean. Say we want to calculate the standard deviation for a number of customers. So write the formula in cell N8 as equals the function name STDEV, open braces. Select number of customers columns as its argument. The function returns the result 1.4. The median function returns the value from the range. For example, we want to find the mid value for net sales. To calculate median in cell N9, write the formula as =, the function name median, then open braces. Select net sales column as its argument. This calculates the mid value of net sales as 6,192. Rank function is used to compare a number from the rest of the numbers in a list in any order, whether ascending or descending. This function returns the rank of the number relative to the other values in the list. Let's use rank function in cell J4 to calculate rank on the basis of net sales. Select cell J4 and write the formula as =, then type the function name rank, and then type in open parentheses. The first argument is the number. This is the value whose rank we are required to calculate. Here we will pass the argument cell H4. The second argument is ref. This corresponds to the array or reference list. Here we will select the column net sales, i.e. cells H4 to H1328. The third number is order. This specifies how to rank the number. 0 means descending order, and 1 denotes ascending order. This argument is optional. If we don't pass any argument, Excel automatically takes the argument 0. Here we will pass 0. Finally, close the parentheses. Here we can see that Excel has determined the rank for net sales, 7,164, as 553. Finally, we can drag the formula and can see the rank for the other cells based on net sales.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel. You remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is, it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the absolute values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and it can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it over on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click record macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed. And what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work orders for accounts team, costs. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data. So I just delete this, okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done. So I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button and the mouse, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it, work order accounts, as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end, you can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macro. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that, and I click run. I go back to my sheet, and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now, to help us write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So why VBA? There are many advantages of using why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro, and this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use, and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We will look into those in details in the next sections. Now, one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns, or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now, what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail, where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now, how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now, this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see the this is the toolbar section, where it shows all the options, where undo or save or file. we'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it shows you the menu wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel codes that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output if the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as format and columns. Okay, just quick and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, I go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here, and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns. EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as a number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a cell, a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under quotes, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the brackets, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the Alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be executed, used as to set variables. Dim can be used as a double where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example I'll try to sub or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dembook as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I try to run this code by simply, and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the name keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the, which says value of A is so and so. So I'm going to give value of A as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. I mean, it will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of A is so and so. Value of A is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of A. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of A, the message box pops up saying the value of A is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some, when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. Because this is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report, and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be run using the message box. And now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well. and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box, I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see, it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are this is one more way where you can run a code or do a simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See, again I do it to B10. Okay, so this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying these cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6, and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets. I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, bing. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be as I said, there will be a requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. Copy, paste. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range, and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this, and I'll show you how. first we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have what should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection, and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. Let's see. Okay, see, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you are using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we will specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop out. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay, here I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see, so it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task, and where you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just count. Let's see how it should calculate or give the message the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of, see. So this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select the result. You can't do this manually entering, so just you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show it back. And I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have 2 variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. I mean it's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score the variable is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, and now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay. Change to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be pass. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range, and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed, and the next is taken up. So, and then the next, and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is. I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop. We are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1 it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2 and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have these values here and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what, with the color index. Okay, and the value of x. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So currently I am on my MySQL workbench. Let me connect to the local instance. So I'll give my password. I'll click on OK. Alright. So this is my MySQL workbench query editor. So first we are going to learn subqueries. Let me give a comment and write subqueries. Alright. So first of all, let's understand what a subquery is. So a subquery is a query within another SQL query that is embedded within the where clause, from clause or having clause. So we'll explore a few scenarios where we can use subqueries. So for that, I'll be using my database, that is SQL_intro. So I'll write my command use SQL_intro. Now this database has a lot of tables. I'll be using the employees table that is present inside SQL_intro. Let me just expand this, and you can see here we have an employees table. So let me first show you the contents within this table. I'll write select star from employees. Let me execute it. Okay, you can see here we have the employee ID, employee name, age, gender, there's date of join, department, city and salary, and we have information for 20 employees. If I scroll down, you can see there are 20 employees present in our table. So let's say you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than the average salary. In such a scenario, you can use a subquery. So let me show you how to write a subquery. I'll write the select statement. In the select statement, I'll pass my column names that I want to display. So the column names I want are the employee name. Then I want the department of the employee and the salary of the employee from my table name, that is employees. Next, I'll use a where condition where my salary should be greater than the average salary of all the employees. So I'll write salary greater than. After this, I'm going to write my subquery. So I'll give select average of salary from my table name, that is employees, and I'll close the bracket and give a semicolon. So what it does is, first it is going to find the average salary of all the employees that are present in our table. Once we get the average salary number, we'll use this where condition where salary is greater than the average salary number. So the inside subquery, let me run it first. If I run this gives you the average salary of all the employees, which is $75,350. Now I want to display all the employees who have salary greater than $75,350. So let's run our subquery. There you go. So there are 8 employees in our table who have a salary greater than the average salary of all the employees. Alright. Next, let's see another example. Suppose this time you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So we have one employee whose name is John. Let me run the table once again. Okay, if I scroll down, you see we have an employee as John. You see this? Our employee ID 116 is John and his salary is $67,000. I want to display all the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So basically all the employees who are earning more than $65,000, I want to print them. So let's see how to do it. I'll write select, I want the employee name, comma, the gender of the employee. I also want the department and salary from my table name, that is employees. I'll write where salary is greater than. I'll start my opening bracket. Inside the bracket, I'm going to give my inner query, that is select salary from employees where the employee name is John. So within single quotations, I'll give John as my employee. I'll end with a semicolon. So let me first run my inner query. So this will give us the salary that John has, which is $67,000. Now I want the employees who are earning more than $67,000. So let's run our subquery. Okay, so you can see 12 rows returned, which means there are 12 employees in our table who are earning more than $67,000. You see here, all these employees have a salary greater than $67,000. Okay. Now, you can also use subqueries with 2 different tables. So suppose you want to display some information that are present in 2 different tables, you can use subqueries to do that. So for this example, we'll use a database that is called classic models. You can see the first database. So let me use this database called classic models. I'll write use classic models. Now this database was actually downloaded from the internet. There's a very nice website. I'll just show you the website name. So this is the website, that is mysqltutorial.org. You can see here they have very nice articles, blogs from where you can learn MySQL in detail. So we have downloaded the database, that is classic models, from this website. You see here they have a MySQL sample database. If you click on this, it will take you to the link where you can download the database. So they have this download link which says download MySQL sample database, and the name of the database is classic models. Alright, So we are going to use this classic models database throughout our demo session. If I expand the tables section, you can see there are a lot of tables that are present inside this classic models database. We have cricket, customers, there's employees, office, there's orders, order lines, and many more. So for our subquery, we'll be using two tables, that is order details and products table. First, let me show you the content that is present inside the products table first. If I run this, you see here it says 110 rows returned, which means there are 110 different products that are present in our table, which has the product code, the product name, product line. We have the product vendor, description, quantity in stock, buy price, MSRP. The other table we are going to use is order details, which has the details of all the orders. Let me show you the records order details tables has. Okay, so there are 1000 records present in this table. You have the order number, the product code, quantity ordered, price of each item. You have the order line number as well. Okay, now we want to know the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products whose price of each product is less than $100. For this scenario, we are going to use two different tables and we are going to write a subquery. Okay, so if you see here in the order details table, we have a column called price each. I want to display the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products which have a price of each product less than $100. So the way I'm going to do is, I'll write select product code, comma, product name. Now one thing to remember, that this product name is actually present inside our products table, and product code is present in both the tables, that is products and order details. Here you can see this is the product code column, comma, MSRP, which is present inside the products table again, from my table, that is products, where I'll write product code. I'm going to use the in operator. Next, I'll write my inner query, that is select product code from my table order details, where my price of each product is less than $100. Let me run this. Okay, so you can see there are total 83 products in our table which have a price less than $100. You can see the price here. Okay, now we learn another advanced concept in SQL which is known as stored procedures. I'll just give a comment saying stored procedure. Okay, so first let's understand what is a stored procedure. A stored procedure is an SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused over and over again. So if you want to write a query over and over again, save it as a stored procedure and then call it to execute it. So in this example, I want to create a stored procedure that will return the list of players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So I have a database called SQL_IQ. These are a few databases that I have already created. So this database has a table called players. If I expand the tables option, you see we have a table called players, and you can see the columns player ID, the name of the player, the country to which the player belongs to, and the number of goals each player has scored in a particular tournament. So I'll write a stored procedure that will return the list of top players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So first of all, let me begin by using my SQL_IQ database. We'll run it. So now we are inside the SQL_IQ database. Let me select star from players to show the values that we have in the players table. You can see there are 6 players in our table. We have the player ID, the names of the players, the country to which these players belong to, and the goals they have scored. So I'll write a stored procedure. So the stored procedure syntax is something like this. It should start with a delimiter. Okay. In the delimiter, I'll write ampersand ampersand. Next, I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say I want to name my procedure as top_players. Next statement is begin. After begin, I'll write my select statement. I want to select the name of the player, the country, and the goals each player has scored from my table, that is players, where I'll write goals is greater than 6. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll end my procedure with a delimiter that was double ampersand. Next, I'll write delimiter and give a semicolon. Now the semicolon suggests this is a default delimiter. And there should be a space. Okay. Now let's run our stored procedure. There you go. So you have successfully created our stored procedure. Now the way to run a stored procedure is you need to use the call method and give the procedure name, that is top_players in our case, with brackets and a semicolon. Let's execute it. Okay, there is some problem here. So we made a mistake while creating a procedure. The name of the column is goals and not goal. Let me create that procedure again. Okay, it says the procedure top_player already exists. Let's just edit the procedure name. Instead of top player, we'll write it as top players, and similarly we'll edit here as well. Now let's create it again. Okay, now to call my procedure, I'll write call space followed by the procedure name, which is top_players. If I run this, you can see we have 2 players in our table who have scored more than 6 goals. So we consider them as the top players in a particular tournament. Alright. Now, there are other methods that you can use while creating a stored procedure. One of the methods is by using an in parameter. So when you define an in parameter inside a stored procedure, the calling program has to pass an argument to the stored procedure. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using in parameter. Alright. So for this example, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries. So we have a table in our SQL_IQ database which is called employee details. I'm going to use this table. You can see we have the name of the employee, the age, sex, then we have the date of join, city and salary. Using this table, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries, and we'll use the in parameter. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write delimiter. This time I'm going to use /. I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say SP for stored procedure, sort by salary is the name of my procedure, and inside this procedure I'll give my parameter in. I'll create a variable var and assign a data type integer. Then I'll write begin, followed by my select statement where I'll select the name, age, salary from my table name, that is EMP details or employee details. I'm going to order this by salary descending, and I want to display limited number of records, so I'm using this limit keyword and my variable var which I created here. I'll end my select statement. I'll end my stored procedure with / and I'll go back to my default delimiter, that is semicolon. Alright, so let me run this. There should be a space here. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, you can see we have successfully created our second stored procedure, which is sp_sort by salary. Now you can also check whether the stored procedure was created or not. Here you have an option to see the stored procedures. Let me just refresh this, and you can see we have 3 stored procedures that we have created so far. One is sp_sort by salary, the other two were top_player and top_players. Okay, now let's call our stored procedure. I'll write call space followed by the stored procedure name, which is sp_sort by salary, and inside this I'll give my parameter, which was actually var, and this var we have used in limit. Let's say I want to display only the top 3 records of the employees who have the top 3 highest salaries. Okay, so let me run it. There you go. So Amy, Sarah and Jimmy were the top 3 employees who have the highest salary. So you saw how you could use the in parameter in a stored procedure. We created a variable, and that variable we used in our select statement, and we called our stored procedure and passed in that variable. Okay. Now instead of a select statement inside a stored procedure, you can also use other statements. Let's say update. So I'll create a stored procedure to update the salary of a particular employee. So in this procedure, instead of select statement, we'll use the update command. In this example, we'll use the in operator twice. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write my delimiter first, which is going to be /, then I'll write create procedure. My name of the procedure is going to be update salary, and inside the update salary name I'll write in, and then temp underscore name, which will be a temporary name variable, and the type I'll assign is varchar 20. I'll again use my in parameter. I'll write in. Next, my other variable would be new underscore salary, and the data type would be float. I'll write begin and write my update command or update statement. I'll write update table name, that is employee details, set salary equal to new underscore salary, where name is equal to my temporary variable, that is temp underscore name. So this is my update command, and I'll end the delimiter. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, we have successfully created our stored procedure. If I refresh this, you can see I have my stored procedure update underscore salary. Okay, now let's say first of all I'll display my records that are present inside employee underscore details table. Okay, so we have 6 rows of information. Let's say you want to update the salary of employee Jimmy, or let's say Mary, from 70,000 to let's say 72,000, or let's say 80,000. So I'll call my stored procedure, that is update underscore salary, and this time I'm going to pass in 2 parameters. The first parameter will be the employee name, and next with a comma I'll give my new salary that I want to. So my employee name, let's say, is Mary, and the salary I want to be updated is, let's say, $80,000. I'll give a semicolon and I'll run it. You can see it says 1 row affected. Now let's check our table once again. There you go. If you see this record, for Mary we have successfully updated the salary to $80,000. Now moving ahead, we learn to create a stored procedure using the out parameter. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using out parameter. Okay, so suppose we want to get the count of total female employees. We will create total employees as an output parameter, and the data type would be an integer. The count of the female employees is assigned to the output variable, which is total underscore EMPs, using the into keyword. Let me show you how to write a stored procedure using the out parameter. So first I'll declare my delimiter to / I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. It is going to be sp underscore count employees, and inside this I am going to give my out parameter and the variable name, that is total underscore EMPs, which is total employees, and the data type will be integer. Next I am going to write begin followed by my select statement, that is select. I want the count of total employees, and the output I am going to put into my new variable, that is total underscore EMPs. From my table, that is EMP underscore details, where sex is equal to F, which means female, I'll give a semicolon. Next I'll end it with the delimiter, and I'm going to change the delimiter to a default delimiter, that is colon. So let me tell you what I am doing here. I'm creating a new stored procedure, that is sp underscore count employees. Using this stored procedure, I am going to count the total number of female employees that are present in our table emp underscore details. So I've used my out parameter and I'm creating a new variable called total underscore EMPs. The data type is integer. Here in the select statement, I'm counting the names of the employees, and the result I am storing it in total underscore EMPs. I have used my where condition where the gender or the sex is female. So let's run this. Okay, so we have created our stored procedure. Let's refresh this. Okay, you can see we have our new stored procedure, sp underscore count employees. Now to call it, I'll write call the name of the procedure, that is count underscore sp underscore count employees. Within brackets, I'll pass in the parameter as @f underscore emp. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll write select @f underscore emp as female employees. Okay, So as is an alias name. Let's run this one by one. First I'll call my procedure and then we'll display the total number of female employees. You can see in our table we have 3 female employees. Alright. Now with this understanding, let's move on to our next topic in this tutorial on advanced SQL. Now we are going to learn about triggers in SQL. So I'll give a comment here, triggers in SQL. So first let's understand what is a trigger. So a trigger is a special type of stored procedure that runs automatically when an event occurs in the database server. Now there are mainly 3 types of triggers in SQL. We have the data manipulation trigger, we have the data definition trigger and login triggers. In this example, we will learn how to use a before insert trigger. So we will create a simple students table that will have the student's roll number, the age, the name and the student's marks. So before inserting the records to our table, we'll check if the marks are less than 0. So in case the marks are less than 0, our trigger will automatically set the marks to a random value, let's say 50. So let's go ahead and create our table, that is students. Alright. So I'll write create table student Now this table will have the student roll number, the data type is integer, it will have the age of the students, again the data type is integer, we have the names of the students, so the third column would be name, the data type would be variable or varying character, size I am giving it as 30, finally we have the marks as floating type. So let's create this table which is student. So we have created our table. Now I'll write my trigger command. So trigger command will start with delimiter like how our usual stored procedures have. Next, this time I'll write create trigger. Then you need to give the name of the trigger, that is mark underscore, let's say verify. I'm going to use a before insert trigger, so I'll write before insert on my table name, that is student. Next I'll write for each row if new dot marks is less than 0, then we'll set new dot marks equal to 50. So this is my condition. First we'll check before inserting if any student has marks less than 0, we'll assign a value 50 to that student, because usually the marks are not less than 0 in any exam. I'll write end if semicolon and I'll close the delimiter. So this is my trigger command. I'll run it. It says trigger already exists. So in this case we need to update the trigger name. Let's say I'll write marks underscore verify underscore student for ST. Let's run it again. Okay, there is an error here because in our table the column name is mark and not marks. So here we need to change it as mark instead of marks. Alright, let's run it. Okay, so we have created our trigger. Now let me insert a few records to the student table. So I'll write insert into student. I'll write values. I'll give the values as 501, which is the student roll number. The age is, let's say, 10. The name is, let's say, Ruth. and the marks is, let's say, 75.0. Give a comma, we'll insert our second student record. Student roll number is 502, age is 12, the name is, let's say, Mike, and this time I'm purposely giving a value of minus 20.5. Give another comma, we'll insert the third record for student roll number 503, age is 13, the name is Dave, and let's say the marks obtained by Dave is 90. Now we'll insert our final record for student number 504, the age is 10, name I'll enter as Jacobs, and this time again I'm purposely giving the marks in negative 12 point, let's say 5. I close the bracket and give a semicolon, and I'll run my insert statement. Okay, so we have inserted 4 rows of information to our student table. Now let me run the select query. I'll write select star from student. If I run this, you see the difference. There you go. So originally we had inserted for 502 the marks was minus 20.5, and for 504 for Jacobs the marks was minus 12.5. Our trigger automatically converted the negative marks to 50, because when we created our trigger we had set our marks to 50 in case the marks were less than 0. So this is how a trigger works. Now you can also drop a trigger or delete a trigger. You can just write drop trigger followed by the trigger name. In this case our trigger name is marks underscore verify underscore st. I'll just paste this here, and if you run this it will automatically delete your trigger. I'll give this as a comment. Okay, now moving on. Now we are going to learn about another crucial concept in SQL which is very widely used. This is known as views. So views are actually virtual tables that do not store any data of their own but display data stored in other tables. Views are created by joining one or more tables. I'll give a comment as views in SQL. Okay. Now to learn views, I am going to use my table which is present inside Classic Models database. Now this database, as I mentioned, we had downloaded it from the internet. So first of all, let me write use Classic Models. So I'll switch my database first. Alright, now we are inside Classic Models. So here let me show you one of the tables which is called customers. So I'll write select star from customers. Okay, I missed S here. Let's run it again. So this is my customer table which is present inside Classic Models database. It has the contact last name, the contact first name, the customer name, customer number, we have the address, state, country, and other information. Now I'll write a basic view command using this customer table. The way to write is I'll write create view followed by the view name which is cust underscore details. Then you write as select. I'm going to select a few column names from my original customer table which is this one. So I need the customer name. Let's say I need the phone number and the city. So you have this information here. You have the phone number and the city. Alright, I'll write from my table that is customers. If I run this, my view that is cust details will be created. Let's run it. There's some error here because the name of the table is customers and not customer. I'll give an S and I'll run it again. Alright, so you can see we have created our view, and to display the contents that are present inside our view, I can write select star from followed by the view name, that is cust_details. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the customer name, the phone number and the city of the different customers that we have in our table. Alright. Now let's learn how you can create views using joins. So we'll join two different tables and create a view. So for that I am going to use my products table and the products lines table. I'm talking about the products table and the product lines table present inside classic models database. So before I start, let me display the records that are present inside the products table. Let's run it. So these are the different products you can see here. Now let's see what we have in product lines table. So we have the product line, the text description, and there is some HTML description and image. So I'll create a view by joining these two tables and will fetch specific records that are present in both the tables. So let me first start by writing create view followed by the view name, that is product_description, as I'll write select product name, comma, then I'll write quantity in stock. I also want the MSRP. Now these three columns are present inside the products table, and next from the product lines table I want the text description of the products. So I'll write from products table, I'll give an alias as P followed by inner join my other table, that is product lines, as let's say PL on the common column, that is product line. So P dot product line is equal to, I'll give a space, PL dot product line. Okay, so here we have used an inner join to fetch specific columns from both the tables, and our view name is product_description. Let us run it. Alright, so we have our view ready. Now let me view or display what is present inside our product_description view. I'll write select star from product_description. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the product name, the quantity in stock, MSRP, and textual descriptions of the different products in the table. Okay, now there are a few other operations that you can perform. Let's say you want to rename a view. Instead of product_description, you want to give some other name. So I'll just give a comment, rename description. So to rename a description, you can use the rename statement. I'll write rename table product_description, which is my old name. I want to change this name to, let's say, I'll give vehicle description, since all our products are related to some of the other vehicle. So I'll write vehicle description. Okay, let us run it. Alright, so here you can see I have renamed my view. So here if I just refresh it and I'll expand this, you can see we have the cust details view and we have the vehicle_description view. Okay, now either you can view all the views from this panel or you can use a command. Let's say I'll write display views. is the comment. Now to show all the views, you can use show full tables, where table underscore type is equal to, within single quote I'll write view. So this is the command that will display all the views that are present inside a database. There is some error here. Let's debug the error. This should be okay. So instead of table types, it should be table type equal to view. Let's run it. You can see the two different views that we have. One is customer details, another is vehicle underscore description. Okay. Now you can also go ahead and delete a view. For that you can use the drop command. So I'll write drop view followed by the view name. Let's say I want to delete customer underscore details or cust underscore details view. I'll write drop view cust underscore details. Let's run it. You can see here we don't have the cust underscore details view anymore. Alright. Now moving to our final section in this demo. Here we will learn about Windows functions. Now, Windows functions were incorporated in MySQL in the 8.0 version. So Windows function in MySQL are useful applications in solving analytical problems. So using the employees table present inside my SQL underscore intro database, so we'll find the total combined salary of the employees for each department. So first let me switch my database to SQL underscore intro database. I'll run it. Okay. I'll display my table, that is employee. So here we have 20 employees in our table. Using this table, we are going to find the combined salary of the employees for each department. So we'll partition our table by department and print the total salary. And this we are going to do using some Windows functions in MySQL. So I'll write select. I want the employee name, the age of the employee, and the department of the employee, comma. Next I'll write the sum of salary over. I want to partition it by department. So I'll write partition by department, which is DEPT, and I'll give an alias as total salary, so that it will create a new column with the name total salary from my table, that is employees. The output will be a little different this time. Let's execute it and see the result. There you go. So here we have created another column in our result, that is total salary, and for each of the employees and the respective departments we have the highest salary. So in finance, the highest salary of one of the employees was $155,000. Similarly, if I come down, we have the highest salary from HR. If I scroll further, we have the highest salary from IT, marketing, product, sales, and the tech team. Alright. Now we'll explore a function which is called row number. Now the row number function gives a sequential integer to every row within its partition. So let me show you how to use the row number function. I'll write select row underscore number function over my column would be salary. So I'll write order by salary. I'll give the alias as row num, give a comma, and I want to display the employee name and the salary of the employee from my table, that is employees, and I'll order by salary. So let's see how our row number function will create sequential integers Okay, you can see here we have a row num column and we have successfully given row numbers to each of the records. You can see it starts from 1 and goes up till 20. Okay. Now this row number function can be used to find duplicate values in a table. To show that, first I'll create a table. I'll write create table. Let's say I'll give a random name, that is demo. And let's say we have in this table the student ID, which is of type integer, and we have the student name, which is of type varchar. The size is 20. I'll create the small table with a few records. Let's create this table first. Now we are going to insert a few records to our demo table. So I'll write insert into demo values. I'll give 101. The name is Shane. Give a comma. I'll insert the second student name 102. The name is Bradley. I'll give a comma. This time for 103 we have two records. Let's say the name of the student is Herath. I'll give a comma. I'll copy this and we'll paste it again. So we have duplicated 103. Next we have 104. The name of the student, let's say, is Nathan. Then again, let's say for the fifth student, which is Kevin, we have two records. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Let me give a semicolon and we'll insert these records to our table demo. Alright. Now let me just run this table for you. I'll write select star from demo. If you see this, we have a few information that are duplicated in our table, that is for student ID 103 and student ID 105. Now I am going to use my row number function to find the duplicate records present in my table. I'll write select student underscore ID comma student underscore name. I'll give another comma and write row underscore number over within brackets. I'll write partition by st underscore id comma st underscore name. Okay, then I'll write order by st underscore id, close the bracket. I'll give an alias as row num from my table, that is demo. Let's just run it. You can see here, okay, let me just delete n from here and do it again. Alright, now if you see here, there is just one student in the name Shane. We have one student in the name Bradley. But here if you see for Herath, the second record it says 2, which means there are two records for Herath. And if I scroll down, there is one record for Nathan and there are two records for Kevin, which means Kevin is also repeated. Okay, now we are going to see another Windows function that is called rank function in MySQL. So the rank function assigns a rank to a particular column. Now there are gaps in the sequence of ranked values when two or more rows have the same rank. So first of all, let me create a table and the name of the table would be a random name. We'll give it as, let's say, demo1, and it will have only one column, let's say variable a of type integer. We'll create this table first. Okay, now let's go ahead and insert a few records to our table, which is demo1. So I'll write value 101, 102, let's say 103 is repeated. I'm doing this purposely so that in the output you can clearly distinguish what the rank function does. Next we have 104, 105, we have 106, and let's say 106 is also repeated. Finally we have 107. Okay, let me insert these values to my table, that is demo1. Okay, this is done. Now if I write select var underscore a and use my rank function, I'll write rank over, then I'll order by my variable, that is var underscore a, as an alias name, let's say test rank, from my table, that is demo1. Let me execute this and show you how the rank function works. Now if I run this, there you go. So here if you mark, so for variable a101 the test rank is 1, for 102 the test rank is 2, but for this value which is 103 the test rank is repeated because there was a repetition for 103. So we have skipped the rank 4 here. For 104 the rank is 5 now, for 105 the rank is 6 now. For 106 again, since the record was repeated twice, we have skipped the 8th rank and our rank function has assigned the same value which is 7 for 106, and for the last value 107 the rank is 9. Alright. Now moving ahead, we'll see our final Windows function which is called first value. So first value is another important function in MySQL. So this function returns the value of the specified expression with respect to the first row in the window frame. Alright. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select the employee name, the age and salary, and I'll write first underscore value, which is my function, and pass in my employee name, and then I'll write over order by my column, that is salary descending. I'll give an alias as highest underscore salary from my table, that is employees. So let me run this and see how the first underscore value function works. Alright, so in our table Joseph was the employee who had the highest salary, which was $115,000. So the first value function populated the same employee name throughout the table. You can see it here. Now you can also use the first underscore value function over the partition. So let's say you want to display the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. So for that you can use the partition. I'll write select emp underscore name, comma, I want the department and the salary, comma, I'll use my function, that is first underscore value, followed by the name of the employee inside my first value parameter. I'll write over, here I'm going to use partition. I'm going to partition it by department, since I want to know the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. And I'm going to order by salary descending, and I'll give my alias again as highest salary from my table, that is employees. So let's run this and see the difference in the output. Okay, so as you can see here, we have the employee who had the highest salary from each department. So for finance, Jack had the highest salary. From HR it was Marcus. Similarly in IT it was William. If I scroll down, for marketing it was John. For product it was Alice who had the highest salary. Similarly in sales we had Joseph, and in tech we had Angela. So this is how you can use the first underscore value function using partition. Alright, so that brings us to the end of this demo session on our tutorial. So let me just scroll through and show you what we did from the beginning. First we learnt about subqueries in SQL. So we initially wrote a simple subquery, and then we used our classic models database which was downloaded from the internet. I'd also shown you the link from where you can download this database. Here we used two different tables and we performed a subquery operation. We learned how to create stored procedures. So we learned how you can use the in operator or the in parameter as well as the out parameter in stored procedure. After stored procedure, we learned another crucial concept in SQL which is called triggers. Now triggers are also a special kind of stored procedures. So we saw how to write a before insert trigger. You can see it here. Next, we learned how to delete a trigger. We also saw how to work with views in SQL. So views are basically virtual tables that you can create from existing tables. We also saw how you can use views using two different tables and an inner join. And we learned how to display views, how to rename view names, how to delete a view, and finally we explored a few Windows functions.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
In this session, we will start with certain exercises which we will perform in Tableau in order to understand some basic concepts. Now, in order to learn Tableau, the basic first step is to import a sample data. So in our case, what we have done is we have imported a sample superstore, which is in Excel format, a sample superstore.excel, which has three worksheets in it: orders, people, and returns. So by importing this data into Tableau, first of all, we will create relationships between these sheets in order to identify who all have placed orders and how many people have returned the orders. We will do some analysis on the orders placed by a certain set of people and order returned by a certain set of people. Now, as we have imported the sheet, we will make certain joins. So the first step is to drag the orders table, the order sheet, on the relationship canvas here. Okay, and you can see the data, sample data, the first 100 rows over here. Okay, then now we need to create an inner join with people's table between order and people. Okay, so if you see, it has automatically detected the field names on which the inner join has to be created. So on the order side, you have region, and on the right hand side, which is the people data, you have also a region. Okay, so both these columns are common, and that's how we have made a join between orders and people data. So if I close this box and go and check the people's data, open, so see the region and the person, these two columns from the people table have now been joined with the orders table, right? So it means that these are the orders in a particular region which has been placed by in this region. Let me show you the sample superstore Excel file. Now, this is the structure of the file. You have a sample list of transactions, basically the orders which are placed by customers across multiple regions, south, west of USA, south region, west region. Then you have a list of order IDs which have been returned. So basically, the order ID in the returns sheet matches with those orders in the orders table. And then you have the people sheet in which you have region and a person associated with that region, the salesperson associated with that region. Okay, so basically when we are joining orders with people, we are joining that which orders belongs to which region and who's the salesperson associated with it. So what we have done over here is we have made an inner join, means all the orders should belong to particular region and that region is in the people's sheet. And then in the second step, now we will make a left join between returns and orders, not inner join. We'll make a left join between returns and orders, and we will make a join using the order ID. Okay, so just edit this, click on left and select order ID as the join column. Now, what does left join means? Left join means is that consider all the orders from the orders table and only consider the orders from the returns table which have data, means which are returned. Otherwise, show null for the order IDs which are not returned. So if you see, these are the two columns from the returns table, and these are null because this is relevant to the order IDs which are not returned, okay, which has been accepted by the customer. But these are the orders for which you see data in the returned and order ID column. It means that these have been returned. Now, with these joins in place, please save your book, and now we have our relations created in the Tableau. Now we are ready to create certain reports and extract certain KPIs using this relationship model. Now we'll move to sheet 1. Okay, and first we will place state and person on the rows sheet. Okay, then I'll go to my numbers and put the profit or the, so per state, per person, how much profit I am making as a company. Okay, this is my goal to check. Now sort by highest to lowest. So California is giving me the maximum profit of 76,381, then New York, then Washington. So this is the sorted order in which I have listed my profit in descending order. Now I can also check what are the number of orders placed and check the distinct count. So out of 120, out of the total orders of 127, okay, so this is the total number of orders which have been returned for California is 127. it's 16, 29. So the sorted order is as per the revenue, as per the profit, and this is the details of the orders which have been returned per state. So if you see for Connecticut, for Kansas, there are 0 returns. So you can also extract data. Table to refresh is orders and identify new rows using order date. So as and when new data is being added, you can refresh it. Now say extract, and now you can save this information, profit by state, and click save. So this is the extraction of this particular report which is possible in Tableau. So this is the first exercise which we have completed for reviewing and analyzing the profit per state, highest to lowest, and within that per state, what are the number of orders which have been returned by all the customers, the distinct count of order IDs which have been returned. Now let's start our second exercise on creating calculated fields in Tableau. Now in this exercise, we will be doing certain activities, like we will be creating a set to show the states which have more than 100 customers. Then we will be creating a calculated field to show an average sales per customer. Okay. Then we will create a calculated field to show the sales goals, and then show emerging and developing stage. So these are the 4 KPIs which we have to derive. Now, the first thing, we have our sample superstore data already imported and the relationships created, inner join with people and left join with returns. Now we have our sheet 2 in which we will create the states, a list of states which has more than 100 customers. So what we have to do is we have to right click on the customer name and click create set. Okay. Now we have to give the name as states with 100 plus customers, and then go to the condition tab, select by field, and then apply condition as count of customer name greater than equal to 100 and click OK. Now we have this set created, states with 100 plus customers. Now to determine average sales by customer, we have to now create a calculated field. So go to the analysis and click on create calculate field. Okay. Now name it as average sales per customer, and now we will say average we will use a okay, so we are saying that per customer we are using a level of definition function include, which means that per customer what is my average sales, right? We've already used a function, aggregated function called average. So we are saying per customer give me the total, and then give me the average per customer. So we're going to click OK. Now create another calculated field. You can also create from here, and name it as sales goal. Now in this we are going to type the formula if minimum states with 100 plus customers equal to true, then sum of sales into 1.3, else average sales per customer into 100. So we are saying that if the customer belongs to the set of states with 100 plus customers, then the sales target should be 1.3 times the actual sales as of today, else it should be 100% of the average sales per customer. Now let's create another calculated field which we call as emerging or developing state. If distinct count of customer name is greater than equal to 100, then the state is tagged as developing state, else it is called as emerging state. Okay, so we have now 3 calculated fields: average sales per customer, emerging or developing state, and sales goals. Now we will use this in our reporting. So we will drag sales goal under the columns, and then I'll drop my state. So now this is the state wise sales goal, depending whether the state has 100 plus customers or not. Then add your customer name, make the measure as count distinct and make it as discrete. Okay, so if you see this, we have the count of customers per state and the sales goal for that particular state. And now I'll put my sum of sales, the total sales which I want per, which is there per state. Now go to show me and select this particular chart, bullet graph. Now to bring sales goals to column, right click on the sales axis and select swap reference line fields. Now from your left hand panel, drag and drop emerging or developing state on the color panel. Okay, so emerging state is the orange one and the developing state is the blue one. And save the sheet as developing and the emerging states. So if you see this, it's an emerging state because its count is less than, the customer count is less than 100. Its sales goal is 57384, but the actual sales is 19511. Okay. So now this is a developing state. Its count is greater than equal to 100, and its sales goal and its sales is exactly the same. It matches. So that's why you are seeing the bar and the blue bar is ending exactly where the vertical bar is. So what we are trying to depict is that whether the state is going beyond its target sales goal or it's behind it. And you can see that using this particular vertical bar. Like for example, Michigan, its sales goal is 71,952, but its actual sales is 76,270 average sales. So that's why it is above its target, and it's a developing state because it has more than 100 customers. So you can even sort by the count of the customers, higher to lower. So all your developing state will group from at the top, and the emerging states will group at the bottom. Or you can sort by the sales goal. So the orange bar is the sales goal, or the blue bar. So depending what sales goal is being derived for each state. Hello and welcome to this new session on Tableau. Now in this session, we will talk about how to prepare dashboards and how to interlink reports within the dashboard. So in order to start this session, we will first create a couple of reports and then include them in the dashboard and then link them together. So for this session, as usual, we are using the sample superstore dataset for our example. Now, first we will create a report where we are going to show profit by region, per region. So first we will drag the region in the rows column and we will get all the regions and state. So we have all the states per region in our report now, and then we will drag sales and profit. So now we have our sales and profit measures at the column level. Now just also drag now the region to the color section. So now we have each region colored. The entire sales and profit per region is distinguished by the different colors: central, east, south and west. Now click on the colors . Now we want to show the labels using the marks card. Okay, so we want to show the region okay, so we need to include the show the marks labels. Just a second. So enable the labels, say show mark labels. Okay, so you have on the left, this is the profit and this is the total sales. Now rename this sheet as region and state analysis report. Okay, now let's create another worksheet. Now in this sheet, just drag the state on the marks card. Now automatically Tableau will detect that you have dropped a particular state, and we have the states of United States. So it has identified the state names and showed you the identifiers of the states on the map, and automatically identified the latitude and longitudes which are generated by Tableau and given you the markers on each and every state. Now drag the sales measure to the color panel. Okay, so now this is sales per state in the color scheme with the color scheming. Then now drag the profit to the size. So now each state you have the color, the profit and the sales. Now you can edit the colors and you can select a particular scheme of colors and say apply and OK. So now you are able to distinguish the colors on the state. Now after this, just rename the sheet as profit by state report. Now let's create another report. Now in this report, drag the subcategory to the column section and sales and profit measures in the rows. Okay. Now right click on the sum profit pill and check dual axis. Now right click on the profit axis and say synchronize axis. Now select sum sales from the marks card and change the notation as bar, and for profit change the notation as line. So now this is a fair display of subcategory wise sales and profit representation, that these are the sales and what is the profit. Now go to the marks, all marks, and drag the category section, as the tooltip. Okay, so for each and every bar or line item, you should now see the category also. Save your report and rename this now report as sales by and profit by subcategory report. Now let's create a new dashboard. Now the reports which we have just now created, first our dashboard size, let's make it as automatic. Okay, then let's show the dashboard title. Click on the dashboard title. Now drag the reports which you have created, profit by state, sales and subcategory report, and region and okay. So you have all your 3 reports in a single dashboard now. Profit by state, sales and profit by subcategory, and region and state analysis report. Now we will link these reports. So go to dashboard, click on actions, add an action called new filter, select source sheet. In the source sheet dashboard 2, only select region and state analysis report. And in the target sheet, just deselect region and state analysis. On the source sheet, keep the run action on select and click OK. Now whatever state you select over here, that particular state will be used as a filter across both these reports. So it means in North Dakota, you have all these subcategories being sold and their associated profit, and on the map profit by state report you can see the North Dakota state being highlighted or only selected and the relevant profit and sales. Okay, so here is the total profit and sales in the profit by state report, and in this sales and profit by subcategory report you have the breakup of the profit and sales across the categories. Similarly, you can select any other state and automatically the filters will get applied automatically. See this, marine, main. Okay. So with this, we cover our example of how to create multiple reports and then connect them or encapsulate them in a single dashboard for a single view across all these reports. We are going to take example of the Netflix database which we have, and we will prepare certain reports in order to identify what kind of reports we can generate from such a data set. So currently on my screen, what you can see is the Tableau, the Netflix data sheets, the data sources, where you have the Netflix shows, movies, their associated duration, what kind of shows or movies are there, their release year, the associated rating, description, and a key, which is the show ID. Now this is the unique identifier for each show in this Netflix title sheet, and with this show ID all other sheets are related, like who are the directors of the show, in which country the show was released, what is the cast of each show, all that information is in this sheet, and to which particular category, basically the listed in category is being listed in this particular sheets. So what we are going to do is, first we are going to import this sheet into Tableau. Okay, and then create relationship between them using the Tableau relationship canvas. So first the primary transactional table, the sheet in which all the information related to movies is there or shows is there, is in Netflix titles, and then we will drag sheet like Netflix cast, titles cast. Now Tableau has automatically identified the relationship between the show ID of titles and show ID of titles cast, and it has made a join. So if you double click this, you can see this relationship, cardinality, and the related fields. Similarly, I'll drag titles category, countries, and directors. Now by virtue of this, all the sheets have now been joined with Netflix titles, and with this relationship ready, we can start preparing our reports. Now let's create a basic report where we can just glance the data, like whatever we were seeing in the Excel, how it looks in Tableau. So you have all the types of movies. Then for example, I drag the release year. Now first, I do not want to consider it as a dimension, so I'll just release year, per category, per type, there is a release year, and then I'll drop the listed in. So now these are the categories, so per year, the details of the categories, right? And then you can drag the title and the associated rating. So this is just a view of your data. We can name it as shows listing report. Now let's try to create some report for some measures, some numbers, etc. So now let's check in which country how many movies or titles were released. What is the count? So first let's drag the country. So as soon as we drag the country field, it has identified that it has the geographical names and identified the latitude and longitude details. So Tableau internally does that automatically, and it has identified the spots across the globe of the relevant country. Now let's drag the listed in on the color section. Now what it is doing is, it is showing in which country what different kind of category wise movies are or shows are being released. Like in Sri Lanka, documentaries have been released. In India, action and adventure. United States, action and adventure, like this. Now let's put a count of the titles, right? So if you see 247 action and adventure movies or shows have been released in United States. Okay, so this is one inference by this particular report you can identify. So let's save this report as listed in by country. Okay, now let's create another report. We will call it as the per year statistical report. In this, first I'll put the release years in the column. Now count of Netflix titles. So this is the count of Netflix titles per year, 2017, 2016, 14. And then count of Netflix titles in the countries. This is the second bar chart. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll combine it into one. So one report we are moving in the bar, creating the bar, and one in the line. And now I just have to, so we will click on the count of Netflix titles by country, right click, mark it dual axis. So now as soon as you click this, both the charts have been combined, and right click over here and say synchronize axis. Okay. Okay. So now if you can see right, in 2017, you had 2,303 Netflix releases across all categories and 1159 titles, right? 1063 titles in 2017. So this is a descending representation of the count of titles released per year across category and across titles. So let's call this as per year stats. Now let's create another report. Number of shows per title, okay? So, or sorry, per rating. So we will drag the rating column and we will count of titles and unique count of titles and unique count of show IDs. Okay. One is bar and one is line. Okay. So this is a report which shows rating wise titles and the show IDs. So in the tooltip, you can see the distinct count of titles and show ID per rating. Okay, so let's call it shows per rating. Now let's create another sheet, call it as shows by cast. So in this, what we're going to do is first drag the cast column on the rows section. You have name of all the cast, and then we drag the show ID on the column section and put a count D and sort it. Okay. You can remove the null cast, and this is your sorted order. And on the labels section, you can say show mark labels, and you will see the count that Anupam Kher has done the maximum, then Shah Rukh Khan, Om Puri, Nasruddin Shah. So this is the details on the sorted order, that who has done how many shows. Okay. Then next is shows by director, similar to shows by cast. Drag director into rows, or differently if you want to prepare, into columns, and then count of show ID, okay, sort it, and you can actually filter out the null director value. And this is your count. Put the label So you can see Jan's sweater has the maximum shows. Okay. Then create another report, shows by category. Now similarly drag the listed in the rows and show ID count. Remove the null category and sort. Labels, show mark labels. So international movies are the highest category, dramas the next, comedy, international TV shows. This way you have your category. Now let's create a dashboard in which we want to combine all these reports and take a common view. So first let's drag listed in by country, then shows by director. Also please let's set the size as automatic. Then let's drag shows by category and shows by cast. Now these 4 reports are on a single dashboard. We will link them to each other. So go to worksheet, actions, add action, filter, select dashboard 1, only select shows by category here, and in target dashboard 1 except shows by category keep everything else, and in the source sheet just select, click OK. Now whatever category you will select over here, that related category data will automatically be shown in other reports, like see international movies across the globe, across the countries, directors of only international movies, who has done the maximum, Johnny To, and shows by cast, right, that who has done the maximum international movies or dramas or comedies. See, Paresh Rawal has the maximum number of comedies, and then if you see the comedy movies, these are the count of comedy movies released across the countries and who is the director. Another very interesting report which you can prepare is that, for example, you want to check in which country maximum duration of your maximum duration of movies have been released. So first let's create convert to measure, remove this. Okay. So if you see maximum duration of the movies or the entire Netflix content is maximum United States, then in India these many minutes, next is United Kingdom, and you can also change the colors. Whatever you feel is as per your standards or as per the convention, you can change the color combination. So there are multiple ways you can generate reports, and hope you have understood how you can leverage such a data to create your reports.
Have you ever wondered how companies use data to make important decisions and improve their operations? Well, that's where business intelligence comes in. Business intelligence, also known as BI, is a set of tools and processes that help organizations analyze data and make informed decisions. It's like a crystal ball that helps businesses see into the future and make strategic decisions based on the data analysis. But how exactly does BI work? Well, it starts with collecting data from multiple sources like transaction data, customer data, and social media data. This data is then processed and analyzed using BI tools like dashboards, reports, and analytical models. The insights provided by BI helps organizations identify trends, patterns, and opportunities that they can use to make better decisions and drive growth. So in this video, we are going to take you through the core concept of what business intelligence is and why is it so important. But before that, if you enjoy watching such videos and find them interesting, then please subscribe to our channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we drop a new video. Data present in this world is never ending. So are the jobs for people working on this data to make proper insights.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
Hi, I'm Gordana Vujic. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and working as a business analyst at Ravature. This is my second job since I completed the postgraduate program in Business Analytics by Simplilearn with Purdue University in December 2021. My experience with Simplilearn was great. The live classes were my favorite because they were very interactive and I could connect with the instructors. I have many small gaps and short employments in my career. I even have a huge 2-year career gap due to some health issues. However, I think the dark times are now behind me. It doesn't matter how challenging the path may be. Keep upskilling and one day you will achieve success in life.
The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Hey there, ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is Structured Query Language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I have prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single-page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas and each of these are called tiles. So on the top you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI Desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI Service. Here you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI Desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI Service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI Service. Now let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms.
Hey there, have you ever looked at a pile of data and thought, how do I make a sense of this? Well, that's where Power BI comes in. Imagine turning boring spreadsheets into stunning interactive dashboards with just a few clicks. That sounds exciting, right? And in this video, we are diving into Power BI from the basics to transforming data, creating charts, visualizations, and even building a real dashboard in our demo. So whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, this is the perfect place to start. So let's get started.
Welcome back everyone to Simplilearn. Today, we are diving into the exciting world of data visualization with Power BI, where we will explore how you can transform raw data into powerful insights and visual stories. Whether you are a business professional, a student, or an IT beginner, this session is designed just for you. We will go through the introduction of BI, see how to install Power BI, then we'll see the data transformation. We will deep dive into visualizations principles and creating charts and graphs. After creating charts and graphs, we will go ahead and create an interactive report in Power BI. Before diving into Power BI, let's first talk about business intelligence or BI. BI refers to tools and processes that helps organization to collect, analyze, and use data to make smarter decisions. Think of it as your compass in a sea of information. It points you to trends, predicts outcomes, and helps improve general performance. Let's see how Power BI helps us with its feature to analyze and make informed decisions. Now, Power BI is one of the most popular BI tools out there. It is developed by Microsoft and allows you to connect to different data sources, create interactive visualizations, and share insights seamlessly. Whether your data lives in Excel, SQL databases, or even web applications, Power BI can connect to it. Why Power BI, you ask? Because it is user-friendly, powerful, and widely used by businesses worldwide. Plus, its visualizations help you to present data in a way that's easy to understand. Let's dive deeper. These are three major components of Power BI. First is Power BI desktop application. Second is Power BI online service. Or this Power BI service can be your server where your organization data resides and you can go ahead and share your reports across your teams within your organization. And then the next here you have Power BI mobile application. All these three make sure that the report is developed and it is shared across, plus it can be viewed by the end user easily too. We are going to create reports in Power BI desktop application. Let's go through the installation and setup of Power BI. Installation and setup is very easy. You can simply go ahead and download this desktop for free. You need to, if you want to go ahead and explore the sharing, then only you need the online Power BI. However, to understand and learn Power BI desktop, you can go ahead and simply download. You can click on download free button, enter the required details if asked, and start on get started. You can also go ahead to Microsoft applications if you're working on Windows. And from there also you can go ahead and download Power BI desktop application. Once you have downloaded, you can simply follow the on-screen instructions and install and download the application on your systems. Once installed properly, your Power BI desktop might look like this, where you have ribbons on which features are displayed. On the left hand side, you will have a vertical menu card with the report view, table view, model view, and query view. On the right hand side, you will find three panes: filter, visualizations, and data. you might have a vertical pane on right side too, where we can go ahead and switch on and off these selections on the pane. Similar to Excel, you will also find here page 1. You can simply click on plus sign here and add more pages and reports here. Now once you have the desktop, we need to go ahead and connect with the data sources. Power BI can connect to multiple data sources, that is 95 plus data sources and the connectors available there. The most popular ones are Excel, text and CSV files, SQL servers, web, APIs and more data connectors. Power BI makes connecting to data incredibly simple. You can pull the data from Excel, perfect for small data sets like sales reports or budgets. SQL Server, a go-to for larger databases. Web data sources, imagine pulling live data from APIs or websites. And other connectors are Power BI supports countless connectors for any data that we need from other applications, softwares, clouds, and servers. For beginners, start with an Excel sheet or a CSV. It's familiar and Power BI integrates with it beautifully. Before we go ahead and look at the visualizations in Power BI, let me show you how do we connect with a simple text or a CSV file. This is our Power BI desktop. Under the Home tab, we can see we have data and queries here. We want to connect with a simple CSV here, so we go to the Get Data drop down. We click on Text or CSV. Currently, I am going to connect with a CSV dataset, a simple retail sales dataset, everyone. See here. You can see right now, this is the date, region, category, sales, and profit. And the delimiter here is comma. All these columns are automatically identified from a simple CSV file. Now we have 3 parts to select: load, transform data, and cancel. Load here will directly load this particular dataset into the Power BI desktop. Transform data will take us to another window, which is Power Query. Within Power BI desktop, Power Query is one of the components which will help us to connect with data. The components that we see in data group and in the query group, these both belong to Power Query. They both belong to Power Query. Power Query helps us in ETL process. ETL is extract, transform, load the dataset. We can see here we do have 2 options, that is load and transform data. Both the parts here are from Power Query. So let's go ahead and have a quick look into what is Power Query and how does it look like. So we're clicking on transform data here and we are directed to Power Query Editor here. Power Query Editor is going to be a separate window. This is our Power BI desktop. This Power Query Editor window, you can see we have our tabs here, the ribbons. These ribbons are majorly concerned with transformation and cleaning of dataset. Also observe there are 3 panes, queries. This is preview. In Power Query Editor, we have 3 panes, queries, which are dataset that we are extracting from the data source. Second is this is a preview pane. And third is query settings. Currently, we will deep dive into visualizations part and into cleaning and transformation. We'll see that in another video. We will still go through the basics here. So first is look at this date. We can see the preview that this is a date column. We can click on this calendar icon and we can change the data type that we have here. Usually, Power BI is successful in identifying the data type. As you can see right now for the region, it has a successfully identified text. For number, it's a decimal number, and likewise. We also have a vertical bar. We have a horizontal bar. We can explore other columns that we have inside the data set. As you can see, the data type is properly identified. We are only going to go ahead and change the name of the dataset. Currently it's a retail dataset, so let's rename this to retail dataset here. And now we will go ahead, closing the Power Query Editor and applying and loading the dataset into the Power BI desktop. We do have an option to only apply and not close the editor. We do have the option to only close and do not load the dataset there. Currently, we will be closing and loading the dataset there. Closing and loading the dataset into the Power BI desktop. You can see the dataset is loading up here. It's a small dataset of 100 rows. Now here we have our retail dataset. Once we have our dataset loaded, now we can go ahead and start working on creating visualizations. But before we create visualizations, we should be aware about the basic interface of Power BI and the terminologies related to Power BI interface and desktop. First is, there is not much space here to build. You can see the dotted line square here. Let's understand visualization. What are visualizations? All visuals are images created from data. They help you see patterns, trends, and insights at a glance. In Power BI, you can create visuals like pie chart, line charts, maps, and KPIs. Pie charts are great for showing proportions like sales by region. Let's discuss them one by one. Bar or column charts. Bar or column charts are created to see the distribution between one categorical variable and one numerical variable. As in the example you can see, we are looking at month-wise sales variance in percentage. Or you simply want to go ahead and see the average selling area size for two different store types here. Line and area charts. Ideal for tracking trends over time like website traffic, sales from last year and next year, or to look at a certain patterns, seasonal or cyclical. Line charts and area charts are typically created over time series. Time series is any component of date hierarchy or time hierarchy, meaning year, quarter, month, weeks, or days. Says pie charts, donut charts, and funnel charts. Charts are great for showing proportions like sales by region, sales by different chains or categories. Similarly, donut charts can be used for similar reasons to show percentage distribution across certain dimensions and categorical variables. Funnel charts here can show you proportion in percentages here. As you can see right now, opportunity count by sales stage. So we are looking at the sales funnel right now. How many leads we had? How many qualified out of that? How many have we provided solution for? Then out of that, how many went into the proposal stage? And how many out of the 100% were at last finalized and converted? So Power BI offers 4 core built-in map visuals to help you represent any kind of geographical data set. So here display geographic data such as sales by country, or maybe by state, or any other location or geographical location-based data set. There are 4 built-in maps. First is your basic bubble map. They can be created like these. Here are a few examples. Another is filled map. Filled map is where the area, geographical area inside the map is filled with colors. Third is ArcGIS map. ArcGIS map is an online connected map which can show you individual districts. It is interactive and dynamic. It has many more features as compared to a simple bubble map and filled map that we have seen. Last one is shape maps. Shape maps are good for highlighting. In the shape maps, we cannot have data labels and it can only highlight or color the region which we add in. Let's begin with creating charts and reports in Power BI. Hi everyone, welcome back to Simplilearn, where we explore the world of data analytics and visualization. Today, we will dive deep into Power BI to create a variety of charts and explore how to make interactive, engaging dashboards, just like this. We will work with a sample retails dataset to visualize key metrics like sales, profit, units sold. By the end of this video, you know how to create bar charts, line charts, pie charts, donut charts, stacked bar charts, and even a map visualization all on one page. So grab your laptop, open Power BI, and let's get started. Now we're in Power BI. In this Power BI interface, you might find a few new things. On the right hand side, vertical corner, you can see a data pane. You have to click on the second build pane, which will give you the options for visualizations. The third icon here is to format whatever object or chart that you select. With the plus sign here, you can customize and get more icons from the insert menu here. If I click them on again, these will be vanished from your view. You can show and hide the panes by clicking on these icons. The left-hand vertical pane remains unchanged. Here are your report view. These are table view, and here you have the model view. Today we are going to explore different type of charts in Power BI. To create and explore the different type of charts, we are going to work on a very simple retail dataset, which is a CSV file. To connect with text or CSV, as usual, we can see here same as text to columns in Excel. It has identified comma as a delimiter. Now we are going to click on transform data. This will take us to the Power Query. In Power Query, there is, let's check the data type right now. We have date with the date proper data type here. Sales, profit is in decimals. Then we have country and state, which is text. This all seems fine with us. Let's close and apply. Always remember that the interface might look different as Power BI gets updated every month. Not interface, but the Power BI and Power BI online service, that too. Once we are connected with the here retail sales, we can see we have category, country, date, and profit. Let's set their properties first. Category is fine. It is simple text, and we are okay with that. Country is a geographical data set. So we go here and we will describe this, categorize this as country. It is now recognized as geographical data set. Same goes with the state here. We will decide that this is a state. We communicate this to Power BI. It is a geographical data set. Now, let's begin here with exploring different type of charts. As you can see, the dataset we are using is a sample retails dataset, which includes date, region, the geographical location, category, the product category, sales from individual amount, from individual date, total sales amount, profit earned on that particular date, and the total number of units sold for that particular category. We have started by importing this data into Power BI, and now we are moving on to visualization. Let's see some basic visualizations here. First, let's create a bar chart. You can see here we have a bar chart. It's a stacked bar chart, and here also we have a bar chart. Let's create sales by region. Click on the clustered bar chart visual in the visualization pane, which is the first row and the third icon here, inside the build pane here. On the right hand upper corner, you can see the preview of this bar chart. As soon as you have the preview of bar chart here, observe below the build pane, we have y-axis, x-axis, legend, and more options here. Drag region to the axis field. You can also go ahead and check on region. You can either drag and drop, or you can simply check on region. Region gets added. into the y-axis. Then drag sales to the value sweep, that is x-axis here. So here is sales. We are dragging this to x-axis here. Or we can simply check on sales here. Now as you can see, a bar chart is created. We can resize it and keep it here. Now let's format this chart. Let's see the formatting options for the bar chart. To switch on the formatting options, I will go to the right hand side. In the vertical options, I'll click on format. Once I click on format here, you can see this particular format pane consists of all the formatting options designed only for this bar chart. First, let's switch on the data labels. Just scroll down and switch on the data labels here. Switching on data labels will give more information about the chart rather than going and comparing with the y and x-axis. Once we see the numbers here, they are not much visible. So we can expand data labels, put values, and increase the font size, maybe change the font style here. And you can see now they are pretty much visible. We can also decide what units we would like to see here. Maybe we would like to see thousands with 1 decimal point. Now see, these numbers right now are written at the end of the bar, as you can see, and the position is not decided. You can scroll up here, and within the options, just above the value and the title, you can see the position currently is automatic. Automatic means whenever you will change the font style or size, the position is decided automatically. If you want to fix the position, you have the options here like inside end, outside end, inside center, or inside base. Currently, I am liking it better at the inside end. I would also like to go ahead and change the color of the bar, which is by default blue. In an organization, you might have been given template to follow, a color template to follow. You should go ahead and follow that template. Currently, I am following the basic color here. Format, under the visual format settings, we have changed the bar color and given the data labels and formatted them too. In the format, we do have properties. These properties are not specific to the chart. These properties appear on every chart. For example, the header icons. We want tooltips to be there. This is the tooltip. When you hover over the cursor, what do you see? You do have advanced options here. Okay, we do have advanced options here too. All these are common to each chart. Visual here, you have size and style. The size and position of this particular chart, it can be created from here. You can also decide the background, visual border, and the shadow of this particular chart. Currently, I'm going to switch on the borders and the shadow here to show you how the basic formatting looks like. Below the size and style, we have title. Currently, title is sum of sales by region. Usually, we don't write like sum of sales by region. Instead, we will be writing total sales by region. Or only sales by region will work too. You can also decide what kind of font should be there. Always follow the font given by the organization. They will have a fixed font to be used. You can also decide the font style, font size. If you want to give any background color to it. Now also remember that it is once it is given, it can be reused multiple times. So no, we don't have to do it multiple times. We are formatting this only once. So this is a simple bar chart with the formatting techniques. Now we want to build up another chart. So let's see a line chart, everyone. Let's figure out trend over months. To create another chart, make sure that you click outside and none of the options should be visible for this particular chart. So click outside in the blank area and automatically you will see only the format option remains. Okay, that is the simple format for the page and the wallpaper. Once you're outside, let's go ahead and create a line chart, everyone. You might find the line chart here in the build pane. So click on the line chart and here we have the line chart. I'm going to place it up here on the second quadrant of the screen. You can see a preview of a line chart here. Now since we're creating a line chart, always remember, line chart is always created to show a time series pattern and trend. Meaning we need a time series, a date column here. So we do have a date. We will simply check on date and by default that It goes into x-axis. You can see we have added year, quarter, month, and day, everything at once. Because date is a hierarchy, everyone. It's a natural hierarchy. So when you click on date here, it will add up to the day. Since let's see the sales trend over months. So we are not looking for day, we are not looking for quarter, we are only looking for year and month. So we will simply add year and month. We can simply cross it off here. Once we have the x-axis here, we want to see total sales here, trend over month. So we will check on sales, it will go to the y-axis. However, we are not looking at the line chart. What we have here is a single dot. Now let's figure out why. See here on the x-axis, it says that on 2023, this is the total sales. It means we have the data for only 1 year. Also observe, now you have multiple arrows, icons at the corner of your chart. These multiple arrow icons are the options to drill down. Currently, we can see year by sales here. See these 2 parallel arrows? It says that go to next level in hierarchy. The next level in our date hierarchy is month. So if I click on double parallel arrows here, now we can see monthly pattern here. We will drill up with up arrow key here. You can see a single dot again. Similarly, you see this fork here. This will expand down to all the levels in the hierarchy. It looks like a hierarchy flowchart. When you click in here, it will show you year and month both. See the icon here. See the x-axis here. We have got January 23, May 23, July 23. And here we have a trend. So we have successfully made a line chart which is showing us sales trend over month. Let's format this properly, everyone. I'm going to switch on the format. To keep the size here, I'm going to switch off data label for now. I have switched off data pane for now. Here is the format, everyone. In this format, now you can see we have size and style. That is fine with us. Now we have, scroll down, we have something else other than the data labels. Always remember, in the line chart, we don't switch on the data labels. If you want to show the numbers on a line chart, it is always advisable to create the column chart or a table with the same date and the numerical value to show the numbers. Because here, line charts are only created to show trend and patterns and to predict those patterns there. Instead, what we have here is markers. When you switch on the markers, now you can see where each month lies that we cannot see on the x-axis here. When you increase the size of the line chart, okay, you might be able to see a little bit more. When we are switched on the markers, when you scroll down, you do have the option to change the shape of the marker. As you can see here right now, you can also increase the size of the marker. You can also go ahead and change the color of the line. Now, how do we change the color of the line here? So we scroll up. Here was our markers. Above the markers, here we have lines. And the lines here, currently we have just one line. So we are going for all. The line is solid, dashed, or dotted. So currently we are going with the solid line here. Join type is round. You have here miter, bevel. Okay, it doesn't show anything here. This is the width, everyone. I'm keeping it round. It doesn't show any changes here. Now this is the width that you can increase here. Okay, and currently we are going to keep it either linear. You have got a smooth option here. It looks like this. And here is the step option. Currently I'm going to go with linear. And remember that it might not be available in your Power BI. This is the latest version we are working with. Of course, you can go ahead and change the line color from here. So this is the line chart, everyone. And do remember, we need to still work with the title. So we scroll up, go with the size and style, which is common to every chart here. We can scroll down here. We have visual borders and shadows if you want. Below that, you'll find the title. Inside this title, we are going to look in this as sales trend over months. Here, try to be get exactly similar. So here we have got line chart. I'm going to resize both of them so that they are looking aligned on our dashboard. We have seen a simple bar chart and a line chart. Next is a pie chart, everyone. As usual, to create another chart, we click outside in the area within the report. Now we can see a pie chart on the build pane. With the help of pie chart, we'll see sales contribution by category. So I'm going to click on pie chart. I'm switching off the format to have a better space. Now we can see the pie chart here. You want to see sales distribution by each category. So let's click on category, everyone. Automatically, you can see it is going to legend right now. Pie chart only shows the percentage distribution values here. So let's check on sales and directly go to the values. And automatically, you can see here, it is calculating the percentage for us. We can see category numbers are also here with the list of category legend here. So we do have got colors, we have got name of categories at the size as legend. Here, to make it readable and a better visualization, let's go ahead and format this pie chart. There are a few things that we are going to fix here. First is the vibrant colors. Second is I can see the number and the percentage. However, to connect it with which category it is, we have to still match the colors with the legend. Instead of that, we'll bring the name of the legend within the data label itself. So again, I will switch off data. I'll switch on the format option here. The format options specifically for the pie chart. You must have experienced by now. For every chart, there is a different options to format. Let's first fix the detail labels, everyone. So here they are not calling it data label, they are calling it detail labels because we can add any details we want here. For example, we are not looking for number, we are looking for percentage and the name of category. So in the details options here, our position is outside. This is where we prefer here. Now we can go to label content, find here category and percent total. We do have more options here. We are going with category and percent of total, the most logical option right now. Now we can see both of them are here, right? Now we will expand the values. Again, you have the option here to change the color so that they are more visible. Maybe make them bold or increase the font size here. Now we can see here. Are there any units right now? There are no units. This is in percentage. Click on none. You do have the option to percentage decimal points. We can type 2. This is our detail labels. After detail labels here, we have the rotation. For example, if you want to show the highest one first, you have the option to rotate it and show the highest slice first. It all depends on you. Which kind of rotation are you looking for? These settings are similar to what you have seen in Excel so far. You'll find the exact same settings in Excel too. Now last is the vibrant colors and the legend. So we don't require legend anymore. We can simply switch it off here. Let's fix the colors. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply select the lighter version of each color. Remember that usually you will have a template given to you by your organization and you are supposed to follow that template and the colors that are associated with the brand. And that is a much better way to go. Currently, picking up the colors which are more soothing to the eyes and have a good contrast to be seen with each other. So this is our pie chart, everyone. Now in this pie chart here, we do like to go ahead and edit the title and the background and the shadow, right? Now we can actually do, what we can do here is we can again go here to size and style. With size and style, we have the visual border and the shadow, and below that we have got title. And this title here, this is sales contribution by category. So let's name it properly, sales contribution by category. Okay, we can increase the size, we can change the font style right now. We can give a background color here and make it at center. Now, this is our pie chart, everyone. Next chart is donut chart. Let's explore the donut chart here. Let's figure out profit by region. So we have profit margin here by region. To do that, to see profit margin by region here, let's see it by donut chart. Now to create a donut chart here, it is just beside the pie chart. Again, click outside in the region. We are going to click on the donut chart here. In this donut chart, we have the exact same portion here. Remember that donut chart and pie chart are exactly similar in concept. However, they do look different, as you can see here right now. You can see the preview of the donut chart. It is quite different from pie chart. It's still showing the percentage distribution here, but the center part of the pie, it looks like a ring. So let's go ahead and view how does a donut chart look like. We are simply going to check on region and the profit as we did for the pie chart. Now we would like to go ahead, and you can see here it is exactly like the pie chart with the middle circle is gone. We would like to go ahead and format it similar to the pie chart with all the regions written here, with only the region and the percentage of the profit here. And of course, we would also like to write the title here as it is. But since we are in Power BI, we don't need to go ahead and format it every time. Since we are in Power BI, we are not supposed to do redundant steps here. We'll simply go ahead and select pie chart. We can click on Format Painter. We can come back here. You can see the paintbrush is here. And now click. And here we are. You can see the title has been changed. You can see the labels are here. Only thing that is not changed is the colors. So we now open the format. We switch on the data here. In the format, I'll go to slices, and again, I'm going to simply select a shade lighter than the original color here. Here we are. You can see sum of profit by region. Of course, you would like to go ahead and change to a proper title. So let's give the title as profit margin by region. As you can see, there is no OK button. Whatever changes you do in the format pane and build pane, they are automatically applied here. That is total region by we have seen 4 charts: bar chart, line chart, a pie chart, and a donut chart. Now, next is we will see a little bit advanced visualizations. For that, I'm going to the next part here. I have added one more sheet, named it Basic Charts 2, and you can see I have a background here. What are the other basic charts that we're going to see? In here, we are going to see stacked bar chart, drill through line chart, and a map visualization. Let's first see what is a stacked bar chart. We are into the build here. The first chart that you see here is called as a stacked bar chart. A stacked bar chart, as you can see here, it looks like a normal bar chart. However, we do have the option. Here to add more than one categorical value and see the distribution over one single numerical value here. For example, here we can see units sold by region and category. Region and category being 2 categorical variables. And we want to see the distribution of units sold by region and category both. So first check on region, then on category. You will see automatically they will place themselves. Since there are 4 regions will go to y-axis here. Legend is coming back to category. And now we check on units sold, everyone. And it goes directly to the x-axis here. And here is our stacked bar chart. Of course, it is the exact same bar chart, right? In each bar is getting divided into individual regions here. So here category we have groceries and region both. I don't want to go ahead and do the formatting all over again. So we can go back here. We can select the bar chart. We can format paint it and paint it out here. Now let's understand this bar chart effectively. Each color represents individual category. So as you can see here, okay, we have got clothing, electronics, furniture, and groceries. And each of these numbers represent the number of units sold in that particular category in that particular region. It means that 362 units of groceries have been sold in West region. And within one bar, we can see the differences here. This is units sold by region and country. It is a stacked bar chart, everyone. Let's resize and keep it here. Let's explore the formatting options that we have here. You will find the formatting options are exactly similar to what we have seen before. we have same data labels, but here we do have total labels here. Total labels will give us total by whichever we have on the y-axis. Right now, I don't see much use of the x-axis right now, so we can scroll up. We can go to the x-axis and we can say that I don't want to see neither the values here nor the title, which will give us a better space. It will give us a better space here. This is a stacked bar chart. Now let's learn in detail what is a drill through line chart. Let's learn. To understand about the drill through line chart, you might be thinking that we have just seen a line chart. We have drilled through that. Yes, we did. But now we have to actually learn the difference between the continuous and the discrete drilling down in line chart. So let's see here. We are going to go ahead and explore the line chart again. So click outside, please. Then click on the line chart here. The line chart appears, as you can see here right now. As we are aware, line chart requires the time series. So we go ahead and we check on date hierarchy, which automatically goes into x-axis here. Now this date hierarchy actually goes ahead and gives us the drill down ability. We don't want to drill till individual day here. We are looking for only year, quarter and month. Usually we only have one line that we have seen so far. So we go ahead and we check on sales for now. Now we are aware that currently it is showing us only by year. That's why we have just one dot, because we do not have multiple years. And we are also aware that we can go to the next level in hierarchy. This time the next level in hierarchy is quarters. So when you go ahead and go to the next level in hierarchy here, okay, what you are looking at quarter-wise total here. Sum of sales for each quarter. Since it is only 1 year, this particular sales of quarter is fine. It shows us quarter 1, 2, 3 and 4. However, if you had multiple years like 2022, 23, 24 and so on, then it will still show quarter 1 total sales from all of the years. Meaning currently it is showing us discretely only for quarters. It is not considering that quarter belongs to a certain year. Similarly, you can see right now, since we have one more hierarchy left, that is month, we do have this is still activated. If we go in here, we do have monthly distribution of sales over the month. In here also, it will aggregate every year, month sales over all the years that are present. So it is just 1 year. It doesn't show much difference to us. Now I will drill up again and we see quarters again, and then here we see years. Now if I go ahead and switch in here, expand all down to one level in hierarchy, here you can see same January, April, July and October 2023 here. However, it does write month on the x-axis, but this line chart shows only as per quarters. You'll also find that currently this will also ask you that here is still the scope of drilling down is available. So we go ahead and we click here again, and here we are having exact same line chart as we have seen before after the drill down. What is meant by drilling down more here? So here you can click on the start here. Now since we are looking at the basic charts here, let's also explore. Right now we have only just one line. We have always added only one line in a line chart. Let's also go ahead and add profit here within the line chart. Now you can see we have got two lines everyone, and now both the lines can be drilled up or can be drilled down, and we can compare the trend between profit and sales. Again, we will go back to basic charts here for the formatting. We will go ahead and get our format painter here and use the format painter to format our line charts. Since we have got two lines here, we might want to go ahead and change the colors. So we will go scroll down here. We do have lines. We can decide the color for individual line. So remember that when we go to the lines here, you need to select which line you want to change the color for. So for example, I'm going for sum of profit. We will scroll down here and we expand the color. Now we can change the color here for the profit like this. As you can see, this width and everything will remain exactly same as the formatting before. Below the lines here, we do have markers. Again, for the markers, you can choose which particular line are you looking forward to go ahead and change the markers for. I'm simply changing the color for the markers here. So right now, what we can see here is sum of sales and sum of profit here. You can see here, it says add a legend title right now. This is for sum of sales and sum of profit, but we don't see the title is required. So we can collapse these options right now, scroll up and find the legend. Within the legend here, we do require the sum of profit and the sum of sales. This particular explanation here in the legend that what these lines represent. We do have the option right now to switch off the title. We don't need the title anymore, so we can see the titles right here. If you think that these are too small to be seen, you can increase the font size here. And you can decide the position of the legend too. You can keep them at top right. So at the end here, you can see that what these lines are for. You can also decide to keep them here too. So it all depends on you. Where would you like to keep the legends? Currently, I'm going to keep them at top and center. So these are the line charts where we have two lines in one single chart here. Of course, if you want to go ahead and set the title here, you can always go to the title and change the title here to monthly sales and profit trend. Sales and profit trends. To remember that, these drill through options will be available to the end user too, whether they have editing rights or not. This is one of the interactive features in Power BI. Next, the most interesting one here is the map. As you can see right now, in Power BI, we do have multiple different type of maps. This is our basic bubble map. Another is filled map. This is shape map. This is an Azure map. Yes, it is related to Azure. We have to go ahead and we will see the map from there. Another map is ArcGIS map. That on all these maps are needed to be this map here. Simple map is available to everyone. This doesn't need to be activated here. So first, let me show you how to activate the map visuals here, and then we'll go ahead and create a map. File here, everyone. We go to options and settings. And options and settings, we go to options. Options. We have two types of settings, global settings and the current file settings. We'll do our global settings here. In the global settings, go to security. In security, scroll down, and you can check on, you can go ahead and check on ArcGIS for Power BI. You can also check on map and filled map visuals. We are simply activating them. After activating them, Power BI might ask you to restart the whole software application. Remember that restarting means closing each and every instance of Power BI that you have opened up currently. After security, you have regional settings, and then you have preview features here. Now, these preview features here might differ in your case and this particular version here. As you can see, the first checkbox is shape map visual. Simply check on that, please. You can also go ahead and explore other options here. These are not related to the map for now. Simply check on shape map visual. So we have done two settings here, everyone. First setting was security, and the second is preview features to switch on the maps. And then click on OK, everyone. It might ask you to restart it. Yes, you need to restart to activate the maps. So save your file and restart. Currently, maps are already activated in mine, so I will continue with to show you the map visualization. To create the map visualization, as usual, click on the blank space here. This is the first map that we are creating. As you can see, it shows that it's a bubble map. We can see the bubbles here and the grayed out preview feature too. To create the map here, we are going to use the geographical columns here like country and state. When you're creating a map, look at the options that we have available here. Location, legend, latitude, longitude, bubble size, and tooltips. We don't need to have latitude and longitudes here since we have country and state. Please remember that any data visualization tool, if you have the ISO standard spelling of country and state, correct spellings as per ISO standard, then any data visualization software can go ahead and fetch the latitude and longitudes and place them on the map visualizations. If you require to pinpoint a certain geographic location, okay, which can be a pin code or maybe it is a particular district or a street area, then you might require the exact latitude and longitude to be uploaded here. For now, we will check on country. and a state. When you check on country and a state, the bubble chart doesn't look good. Why? Because by default, you can see the country is getting added into location and the state directly going to the legend. However, we want our state to be added below the country. So we'll drag and drop the state below the country here. As usual, you can see, and we will close off the legend from here. Now you can see we have got bubbles across here, right? The countries here, and we do have the option of drill down. Once we drill down here, we will see a few more bubbles across. So now it is showing us individual states in each country. That's good for now. So we have bubble here. If we will scroll down, you will also find currently these bubbles are only showing the position right now. If we scroll down here, we have few more options like legend. Then we have options here like bubble size. It means that we can use the bubble size here to see how much sales has happened where. And as soon as I drag and drop the sales into the bubble size here, it is sum of sales right now, and we can see the size of the bubble has changed, and we can figure out the highest sales here is in Scotland. Similarly, we have legend. In the legend here, if I will go ahead and bring a state again into the legend, you will find that each state is colored separately. We can see the legend up here. Let's go ahead and format this map. To format this map here, everyone, we will go ahead and switch on the format options here. In the format options, we do have very less options in the format visual settings here. First is our legend, which is not properly visible. So we can switch on the legend right now. The position is top left, which is not properly visible. We can go ahead and keep them on the left side as tagged like this. Now they are pretty much visible to us. We don't need the title right now. We know these are states. So we can switch on the title here. Now we have the whole map in front of us. We do have few map settings. In these map settings here, okay, we have different styles of map. This is our road map right now. We do have an aerial map, which we are accustomed to, the satellite map. We have dark themed map and the light themed map here. Please do remember that if you're using dark theme, your whole report has to be dark themed. This is our grayed out map, and it's a simple road map here. Why it's called a road map? Because if you will zoom in, okay, you can actually see the road maps here, just like this. Next here is controls of the map. In controls of the map here, currently it is automatic zoom here. For example, if I click on west here, it will show me only west region, and it will automatically zoom on that particular part. We can also add the zoom buttons out here. So you will have plus and minus zoom buttons here too. This is all in the maps. So currently what we have created is a bubble map, everyone, and we can see each bubble here and where we have the signs. Now it depends on you. How would you like to keep your legend and add more colors to it? And as usual, okay, we want to go ahead and format the title here. So we can always go ahead and use Format Painter, and we can have the title painted here. Use the Format Painter to paint the title here. Of course, we can always go ahead to the title here. And what we are looking at here is the sales distribution by location. So let's give a proper title, everyone. This is sales distribution by location. You might have observed that there is no option here to add data labels here. We do have category labels. Category labels will simply go ahead and switch on the name of the state and the country. If you have city and district name too, it will add it back to here. However, we cannot go ahead and show the labels out there. So I don't like the state labels always. Okay. It crowds your map and it is not properly visible. I'm going to switch on the category labels right here. So everyone, these are stack bar chart, multiple line chart, and a bubble map. Now let's go ahead and create a report out of these charts that we've created so far. In this report here, we will also add few more objects and we'll make our report interactive. Now in Power BI, there's a difference between a report and a dashboard. In general, what we call a dashboard is the collection of multiple charts and other objects, which are either interactive or static, but they should serve and solve a particular objective or a function. However, in Power BI, whenever we are working in Power BI Desktop, each of these pages that you open up, and when you have multiple charts on it, it is called as an individual report. When we will publish this into Power BI service, or you can call it online Power BI, currently we call it Microsoft Fabric, then there we create a dashboard, and that dashboard can create charts from multiple Power BI reports, not only one data set, from multiple data sources too. So dashboard is a different part. What we are going to create here is an interactive report. Now that we have all charts on individual report page, let's go ahead and copy paste few charts here within the pages to report page. We are going to design it as per the objective of analyzing our sales and profit for this particular retail store. First, let's give a title to the report, everyone. To give a title here in the home tab, we'll go ahead and click on text box. The text box here, I'm going to simply type right now that it's an annual sales for performance report. So this is annual sales performance report, and we are keeping it for retail sales. 3, for example. Now this is the text box. I'm going to increase the size of the text box here. Of course, the data that we have written here, it is not visible. So you can Control A or select as I've done right now. I'm going to change the font size here. I'm going to keep it bold. Let's keep it at the center. I am going to change the size of this retail sales 2023 that I've written here. Like this. And here we are. So this is our annual sales performance report. What I'm going to do here is showing you another way to create this. I'm going to select this whole thing. Alright, I am going to make it a little bit gray. Of course, white and gray is not visible. So we go ahead and we open the format option for it. And in the format option, within size and style here, we are going to give it a background color. We are going to give it a darker background color here. And here we are. Much better. We will give it a border too and a shadow here. So this is going to be our title for the report. You can size and place the title. Once the title is here, you do have few options like padding. Okay, what does that mean as how far it is from the borders here. If you want, you can go ahead and decrease or increase them as per your choices. Within the visual borders here, okay, you can change the color of the border here. Corners rather than a rectangle. Here you can have the rounded corner rectangle. You can see it looks like this. Here, do you see the rounded here? Rounded corners here. It looks like this. So right now, this is the title that we have given. After the given title, let's go ahead and get few charts. So first, I'm going to go ahead and get the simple bar chart. I'm simply copying and pasting for now and keeping them at a certain place. I'm also going to get our line chart and the map here. As you can see right now, we are resizing it. Every chart is getting resized here. Since we are bringing all the charts together to create a certain report that can give us the performance of sales here. I'm also going to bring our pie chart, and a donut chart. It does look everything is very small and compact. However, it is because we are currently designing in the zoomed out version here. As in when, we will resize it to a proper viewing capacity of your laptop screen and the general 16:9 size. It is going to be perfectly visible. So we do have our all charts here. Let's go ahead and add few more objects that are required in the reports. Few other objects are, first, let's go ahead and add a slicer for country. Why not see the sales distribution by region, by category, and by location for each country. To bring out the slicer here, click outside on the, and here is the slicer, everyone. This is how the icon looks like. What is a slicer here? Slicer here is an interactive filter which the end user can directly interact with. They can change the view of the whole report. And this particular slicer by default will be connected to each and every chart here. So if I select here, for example, Australia, you can see it zoomed in into Australia here. I can see over the time here. You can see contribution by category and region too. If you want to clear it out, okay, you can go ahead and clear selections from here. However, we do have an option. So if I open up the formatting options here for slicer, okay, we go to slicer settings. In slicer settings, we have vertical list. That's good. This is what we are looking for. In the selection, we can go ahead and switch on the select all button. Select all button, make it easier for the end user to understand what's going on here. And if they want to go ahead and uncheck any selection here, okay, they can simply go ahead and select all too. It gives them flexibility to understand how the slicer works. Now, after the slicer here, I would like to keep my KPIs and the aggregate numbers on the display here. To do that, we have multi-row cards. So again, click outside here. I'm going to click on multi-row cards. Cards are the display cards here. In these cards, we can go ahead and display any numbers that we are looking for. I'm going to show the cards here. I'm simply placing it in the available space here. Inside this card, as you can see here, within the format and the build, it simply has one option to fill, that is fields. In this fields here, let's go ahead and check on our numerical variables, like we have got sales here, profit here, and number of units sold. When you check on these, within the format here, we do have the option here to make them visible property. For example, we can go ahead and decide the font here, which kind of font you will be looking for values and the labels too. So I'm going to increase the font style for values. Okay, you can go ahead and also decide the font style too. So these are category labels and these are the numbers here. The cards here. Okay, you can go ahead and decide the background color for individual card too. Now there are multiple formatting options available for us. If you want to go ahead and give border to these, okay, you can go ahead and give the border too. Like this. Okay. So now here are our multi-cards. Multi-cards, we can have our KPIs placed, like we can see our sales, total profit, and the sum of units sold too. This is multi-cards here. When you talk about objects on a report here, okay, now we have got a slicer and multi-row cards here. Now we can also have an image. How do we insert an image here? You can always go to the insert drop down here. You get inside here, you can see image. This is an image that we have here. Let's find another. Here I'm using one image right now. Okay, a general logo here. Here for Simplilearn. As you can see, the image is right here. I'm going to keep it here. Now remember that this image can serve multiple purposes too. You can add actions into it. You can add multiple formatting options too. So right now, I'm not giving any title to it. Okay, and this is our image style. Currently, the scaling is normal. Either we can fit it to the size here, or we can ask it to fill whatever size that we create here. It all depends on us that how we would like to go ahead and view this image. And save this image here. Right? Now it all depends on what kind of scaling you are looking for here. So here we have added an image as a logo, everyone. I'm keeping the scaling as normal. So if you're working with me here, congratulations. You have created a fully interactive Power BI dashboard with bar charts, line charts, pie charts, and map visualization too. Now let's go ahead and decide the interactive part, everyone. Here, whenever you click on a chart here, you will find two extra tabs called as Format, Data, and Drill. Let's go to the Format here. So currently I'm selecting the bar chart here. I go to the Format. In the Format here, we have on the left and upper corner, we have Edit Interactions. This Edit Interactions here decides that how each chart decides to behave with another objects and charts available on this particular report. When we switch on Edit Interactions, you can find that this particular bar chart is currently filtering out the map. We have three options here: highlight, filter, and stop, meaning none. So currently it is highlighting the donut chart, highlighting the pie chart here, filtering the line chart, and filtering the map. What does that mean? So let's see here. If I click on West bar chart, you can see the line is getting filtered out. Your bubbles are changing. However, look at your pie chart. Your pie chart currently has highlighted a certain area of a certain slice of that particular West region. And within the West region here, it is trying to highlight within the donut that how much percentage is here. So for West, it only highlights West as 32%. We would like to change that. We would like that only filter should work. So we go ahead and we highlight filter and we highlight filter here. We can go ahead and decide the interaction for individual charts too. So if I click on the pie chart here, I would like it to filter out the bar chart and filter out the profit margin chart too. I click on the donut chart. I will make sure that it filters out the bar and the pie chart here. Similarly, we decide for the line chart here. Okay, it is going to filter out each chart here. By default, everything is set on highlight. Same with the map here. We can select on map here. And we can ask it to go ahead and filter out each chart that is associated with it. If you want that no one should be able to click on the line chart and filter out anything else, then you can go ahead and select none. If you select none, then it will not be parted out here. Once you're done with the settings for individual charts, you can go ahead and switch off edit interactions here. And remember to save your work. Now let's see how does it look like. This is our final report, everyone. If I want to go ahead and see what's happening in Australia, I can simply check here the slicer. Okay, we can see the Australia here. Over the time, how was the sales? How was the profit there? What was the how the sales? We have sold out clothing at 41%. And the highest grossing region has been West here too. So if I click on West within Australia, the West region, we can see the West here, we can see the South here, okay, we can see the North and the East here too. In a similar manner, we can go ahead and check for another countries too. And you can see how easily and smoothly the map moves. And we can go ahead and give multiple filters by using slicers and multiple charts too. If you want to go ahead and give multiple filters, always remember, you can select on individual chart by holding on to control on your keyboard, just like this. So West into clothing store, this is how the sales and the profit has been working. Australia, if I want to go ahead and see the West and only the clothing, this is the trend that we see. If I select only for UK, this is the trend that we see in UK and US too. So here, we are applying multiple filters. So congratulations everyone, you have created a fully interactive Power BI dashboard with multiple charts and interactions. Remember, always choose the right visualization for your data. Avoid clutter and focus on insights. Use interactivity to make your reports engaging for the end user. Thank you very much everyone. If you found this video helpful, please like, share and subscribe to our channel. And see you in the next video with text measures. Thank you very much.
We will learn how to build a star schema using the data modeling process in Power BI. Power BI data modeling is crucial for effectively analyzing and visualizing complex datasets. When data resides in multiple tables or sources, it can create challenges such as inconsistent relationships, redundant data, and slower query performance. Data modeling resolves this by uniting disparate datasets into coherent structure, enabling efficient data retrieval and streamlined analysis. A well-designed model often employs the star schema, which is a relational database structure that organizes data into a central fact table surrounded by dimension tables. The fact table contains numerical metrics like sales or profits, while dimension tables hold descriptive attributes like product categories or customer names. The star schema simplifies querying and enhances performance
by minimizing redundancy and maintaining clear relationships between all the datasets. This structure is particularly advantageous for reporting and business intelligence, as it ensures faster processing and more intuitive navigation for users. By implementing a robust data model, Power BI users can overcome fragmented data and unlock actionable insights with ease. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now we will understand what exactly is a star schema in Power BI. So in other terms, people also prefer to call this as a snowflake schema in Power BI because the shape of the schema represents a star shape or a snowflake shape. So basically, there will be one fact table which stores the major part of the data set, and there will be some sub tables or the subordinate tables which store the relevant data to that particular fact table. So the fact table maintains many to one relationship with these dimension tables, right? So basically, it will be interconnected with each and every table in the particular schema, and you can extract information in the way you like. This might be a little confusing theoretically, but let me navigate you through this session through a practical demonstration. Let's actually create a dataset using generative AI, and moving ahead, we will extract or we will pull the same data onto the Power BI platform, and then let's look at the star schema practically. Now, let's go to the ChatGPT or any of the generative AI platforms to create the dataset that we are looking at. So this will be my prompt for creating a star schema. So we will be trying to generate 5 different data tables with 2000 rows each. So we will be creating one fact table, which is the sales data. Followed by that, we have 4 dimension tables, which are customer data, product data, orders data, and shipping data. So this is the prompt that we will be using today. Now, let's select the entire prompt, copy that, and get back to ChatGPT. And here, you'll just paste that prompt and then hit the go. I've already created one such data table. It would take a little time to generate the data set. While ChatGPT is working on creating it, let's look at the data that I already have in my inventory. This is the data that we have in inventory. So as for the inventory, the sales data, which happens to be our fact table, has order ID, price, discount, cost to company. Let me expand this. Profit and rate, right? And then the fact table is then connected to the dimension tables, which is about the customer information, customer data, customer name, state, city, etc. And the product details to which category or which product is being bought by the customer. And then we have the orders data and shipping data, right? So shipping data includes the type of shipment mode chosen by the customer and also the order date and the ship date. Let's save this. Now, let's have a look at the generative AI prompt that we just wrote. So there you go. So ChatGPT has successfully created us the dataset, and here the link is. You can just click on this link and you'll get the downloaded dataset, which looks something similar to this one, right? Now, how exactly star schema or snowflake schema works? Now, let's say I have this order details here, the sales data here. I have order 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's say I wanted to track this particular order with ORD 0005. So I want to find out the customer who bought that. Now I can get connected with customer data having the order key, order number as the key in between, which is common in between both the tables. And based on that, I can extract the customer details, the customer name, the customer city, the customer state, country, and region. And now let's say I wanted also to extract the product details of what the customer 005 has been buying or on the order number 005 is at, right? Now, if I trace down the order details further, I can identify the product ID, product name, and product category along with the subcategory of the product name, which happens to be tables, right? And now if I drill down a little more bit, then I have these many number of traffic, leads, and orders received to buy 13 quantities of that particular item called a table. And they preferred, kind of same day delivery. So this is how the star schema works. All tables are interlinked to each other. Now, let's quickly switch to the Power BI platform and try to extract or pull the same dataset onto the Power BI platform, and then let's wait for Power BI to generate us a schema. There you go. Now we are on the Power BI platform, and now the data that we are working with is in the form of Excel. So let's prefer the Excel workbook as our source. Now this is the data, the demo data that we just created. You can just open it and the data will be pulled for you onto the platform. It might take a little while. Let's wait. So here we have the data ready, and we have 5 tables according to the discussion. 1 fact table and remaining else are the dimension table. So the customer data, orders data, product data, shipping data are the dimension tables, and the fact table is sales data. And then you can just load or transform. As far as I'm concerned, my data is clean and I don't have to proceed with the transformation. But just in case if you want to perform some data cleaning, then you can go ahead with transformation of data. And if you have to look at an exclusive tutorial on data transformation using Power Query, then we have linked it in the description box below and you can have a clean reference to it. So far, so good. I'll continue with loading the data since I'm confident with my data set. Just load it and it might take a couple of moments. The data is slowly loading. Let's give it some time. There you go. The data has been successfully loaded. And here you have the view of your data set. So here we have leads, order ID, quantity, etc., product details, and the sales details, all of them that you needed. And if you proceed with this particular table view, you can see the tabular version of the data set. And here lies the most important part of today's discussion, the model view. And if you go here, the Power BI platform has already created the relationships between your data sets. And if you just rearrange a couple of those schemas, you can literally make a star pattern out of it. And also, if you look at this particular position here, you can see that we can establish some new relationships, or you can try to edit some existing relationships with the Manage Relationships option. Now, you just have to drag and drop a few of these tables over here so that you can exactly maintain a star type of pattern. There you go. So that's how you can generally create a star type schema, or also known as the snowflake type of schema in Power BI. Today, we will learn how to use Power Automate in Windows. Power Automate will help you to automate the mundane tasks like rolling out reports, emails, presentations, and many more. For that, let's consider a small problem statement, or in other words, a simple use case. So here it goes. Let's assume that you are a business unit head working with the top brass of your organization. Your routine might include a lot of tasks like setting up roosters, scheduling Scrum meetings, writing down emails, common data entries, and a lot more. These might not sound much of a task, but definitely consume sizable amount of your working hours. The time that you prefer to be more inclined to utilize for resource planning and setting up growth strategies for business development. If only there was a way to automate all these processes without having to hire another resource. Yes, that can be done with help of one of the most recent Microsoft Office tools called the Power Automate. With Power Automate, the time for all these tasks will be dropped by 50%, and you have a lot of time for productive utilities to build better business strategies. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, the first question. What exactly is Power Automate? So Power Automate is a cloud-based service that automates repetitive tasks across apps and services. It's designated to help users optimize business processes and focus on more strategic tasks. Now, it is not just confined to Microsoft products. It can also be attached to Google or any other applications as well. If you want to roll out some emails via Gmail, or if you download some files and store it onto Google Drive, Power Automate will always support it. Now, let's proceed to take an overview of how to use this Microsoft tool. So, some of the mundane tasks like sending out an email, scheduling some roosters or meetings, or some points of the meeting, it'll always be a lengthy task that consumes a lot of your time. Now, for a sample task like sending out daily emails, we will try to automate this task. Now, we have logged into the Microsoft 365. So here, you can have some apps over here and you can check out the app for Power Automate. Now, we can just go to all apps and here you can just scroll down. And here you can see the option that says Power Automate. There are other ways as well. You can just search for the Power Automate app and find it out in apps here. Or now you can just find it here. You can just log into the Power Automate app. So Power Automate already has some templates for it, right? So you can just navigate to templates, and there are many uses of Automate. So if you want to do with some email attachments, or if you want to trigger a Power BI data-driven alert, or if you want to, set up something in your Microsoft Office, or you want to put a notification, or if you want to download all the attachments from your email directly to your Google Drive and connect your, X or Twitter, you can do that. So there are multiple people who have already used Microsoft Power Automate, and they've already delivered some templates for the ready for use purposes. And if you want to go with some topics, you can also go with this. Or if you're working with remote work kind of style and you wanted some applications or some automation things you are looking for, you can also look at the templates which are remote work related. You can just go through all these templates and go ahead with that. Apart from that, if you're looking for some data collection type of automation, you can also do that. And if you're looking for an email automation, you can also do that. And if you already have created some flows, you can just go through this and find the flows that you have worked on. So I've got one flow already ready here. I've set up an email, that you can be sending out to your reportees, or you can send out this email to your fellow developers or fellow colleagues. And if you have some approvals, you can also do that. So there are a lot of things. So as we discussed before, we will go with the automation of sending out daily reminders. So I'll just type down get daily reminders, and I get this type of automation here where you'll just send out an email reminder to the outlook.com email, which can be about an email to check the numbers, check the reports, and hand it over to your fellow team members, right? So or it may be about a Scrum meeting or a roster meeting or roster setup. So I'll go with this one. And here you have the recurrence in Office 365 Outlook. So this is my email, and I'll just continue. And here is the flow. So here you can just click and you can give out an interval. Maybe if you want to give it every day, or if you want to give it weekly or bi-weekly, you can set it up. So I'm going to go with every day, and here you can set up any prescribed, or if you have any type of time zone that you want to select, you can go ahead with that. So I'll go ahead with anything here. I'll go with Alaska maybe. And you can also provide some time, and it's not a mandatory one. And apart from that, here you have some hours you want to select. Maybe I'll go with 10 a.m. in the morning, and also I want another setup at 6 p.m. which might be the logout time. And this is the one. And apart from that, just go back to the flow once again, and here you have to set up few parameters. So let me give out an email here as well, the recipient email. You can add multiple, but I'll go with one. So I'll add one email recipient address here. That's the one. And apart from that, subject could be about Scrum call. With report updates or with numbers, with number updates. You can give anything according to the business needs. And you have a reminder. And I think I'll add the same subject here. There you go. And you can also provide the importance. So I'll go with high importance one so that the recipient will understand. So far you have set up the flow. I think it's fine. So you have no more notifications here. This says the flow is completely fine. Now you want me to save this flow. And once the flow is saved, you can proceed and test it. Just click on this. It's saved, and you can if you want to try and test it, you can also do it. Just test it, and it can happen in both the ways, automatically or manually. I'll now go with the manual one so that I can just cross verify if this is happening or not at the current time. right? We set a timing 10 a.m. in the morning and 6 p.m. in the evening, right? So it only happens twice. But now if you want to run it at this particular instance, you can also do that by just testing it, right? I've tested it and I have sent out the, yeah, it finds good. And now if I select run flow, then it will run the flow. Now it has already done. It's successful. No problems here, and done. And you can now just, kind of log into your Outlook email, and then check the email, right? Just a second while I log into my inbox. There you go. Now we have this particular email that we sent right now. You have a reminder, Scrum call with numbers of date, and you can just reply or forward it. So this is how you can just automate the emails with your Power Automate, and you can just send out email reminders to your fellow developers or teammates on a regular routine. And that's how you automate a lot of simple things as your daily tasks. And I've already created 2 here. And if you go to templates, you have a lot of other templates here, most of picked. Or if you're looking for a dedicated one like data collection, email, calendar, mobile, etc., you've also found them there. And if you're still in confusion, maybe you can just type down and find the templates which are in match with your requirements.
Imagine you're a pet lover who wants to start your own pet care business. But as soon as you lay the groundwork for your business, you realize that being a pet lover is not enough. You need assistance in understanding the pet care market to develop a solid business plan. Without a clear understanding of the market demand, competition, and customer preferences, you may struggle to differentiate your services and attract customers. However, with help of data-driven insights such as market research and customer demographics, you can make informed decisions about business strategy, pricing, and marketing efforts for your pet care business. This is where the importance of business knowledge comes into play. Understanding industry trends, consumer behavior, and operational requirements is essential to building a successful pet care business. Now, business analysts are the individuals who combine both data knowledge and business knowledge to drive insights and come to conclusions. Hence, business analysts help businesses make better decisions by studying information and figuring out how to improve processes and outcomes. In this video, we will discuss the CBAP certification, which shows that a business analyst is really good at understanding what a business needs and finding good solutions. We'll talk about everything you need to know about this certification, like what you have to do to get it, why it's helpful for your career, and more. So, what is CBAP certification? CBAP actually stands for Certified Business Analysis Professional, provided by IIBA, or International Institute of Business Analysis. It is basically a professional certification for people having ample experience in the field of business analysis. And once you are certified as a CBAP, you will be considered as a leading or senior member in the BA community. So, how does CBAP stand out and what are its benefits? You exhibit the expertise, skills, and experience necessary to excel as a proficient business analysis professional. You can distinguish yourself to employers and colleagues by demonstrating your commitment to your career and the field of business analysis. Professionals with CBAP certification tend to command higher payment, enjoying up to a 13% increase in earnings compared to their non-certified counterparts. Now, is CBAP worth all its hype? Through research, we could find that approximately 20% of job descriptions mention CBAP as a requirement for business analyst openings for experienced candidates. We know it's a small number right now, but in the coming years, it is going to increase, and also these global certifications will be an upper hand for you as the job market is getting more competitive. And people who are certified mention that they are more confident at work because the CBAP exam is based on BABOK, which is the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, which is the worldwide recognized standard for business analysis. We will discuss about BABOK later in this video. The certification has also helped them in getting promotions and salary hikes. It has helped them in networking with other BA professionals, and it has given them international recognition. Now, let's see the eligibility criteria to acquire the CBAP. According to the guidelines, the candidate appearing for this certification must complete a minimum of 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. And within this 7,500 hours, a minimum of 900 hours completed in 4 of the 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas. The candidate must complete a minimum of 35 hours of professional development in the last 4 years. Now, you must be wondering what's professional development. It is nothing but formal education, webinars, workshops, trainings, self-learnings, etc. The candidate must also provide 2 references, must follow the code of conduct, terms and conditions, and of course, pass the exam. So as we said, CBAP is based on BABOK. Now what is BABOK? The word BABOK, which stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, is like the ultimate handbook for mastering business analysis. It's designed to show what skills and knowledge an experienced pro should have in this field, and the CBAP exam is completely based on this guide. Basically, BABOK has 6 knowledge areas, which are Business Analysis Planning and Monitoring or BAPM, Elicitation and Collaboration, Management of the Requirements Lifecycle, Strategy Evaluation, Analysis of Requirements and Design, and Evaluation of the Solution. Now, what's the format of the CBAP exam? It is a computer-based exam which can either be taken through online proctor format or at a PSI center. The exam consists of 120 multiple choice questions which must be completed within 3.5 hours. As already mentioned, the questions will be from the BABOK guide, and you can expect both scenario and case study based questions. Now coming to the passing score, there is no specific score published by IIBA. It is competency-based score and depends on the fellow candidate's performance. But try to maintain an 80% score to be on a safer side. Now, having known all this, how do you prepare for the certification? You need to really dive into the BABOK guide. And many institutes offer specialized training for CBAP certification. Plus, TCA is an official education provider endorsed by IIBA, offering a comprehensive CBAP preparation course. Also take numerous practice exams and go through the sample questions available on the IIBA official website. Now let's see how much does a CBAP certification cost. At first, you have to pay an application fee of $145, which is non-refundable and non-transferable. Then comes the exam fee, which depends on your membership. For an IIBA member, the fee is $350. For a non-member, it is $505, and for a corporate member, it is $305. Now, if you don't pass the exam in the first attempt, you can rewrite the exam by paying a fee of $295 for IIBA members and $450 for non-members. You have 3 attempts within 1 year from the start of the application approval date. But if you fail the 3rd attempt, you have to wait 1 year to apply again. Now, the validity period of CBAP certification is 3 years, and you are required to recertify after every 3 years, for which you need 60 CDUs. You will have a grace period of 1 year to recertify. The recertification fee for IIBA members is $85, and for non-members it is $120. So there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about the CBAP certification. Whether you are aiming to boost your earning potential or enhance your skills, CBAP certification could be the next step for you.
In today's session, we will learn some important tips to crack the business analyst interview questions. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So, in this particular video, we will discuss some of the important tips that will help you to crack the upcoming business analyst interview questions and make you one of the most highly sought after business analysts in 2024 and beyond. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So before you attend any of the business analyst interviews, you need to basically take care of your groundwork. So few suggestions on that are, first one, check the job postings. When it comes to checking job postings on platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, and others, it's essential for aspiring business analysts to stay informed about industry requirements and trends. Regularly monitoring these job postings not only keeps you updated, but also helps you tailor your skills and preparations to align with the current needs of business analysis field. The second suggestion is about research the company. Researching about the company is a crucial step in preparing for a business analyst interview. It involves gathering insightful information about the company's history, values, mission, and recent achievements. Think of it as decoding the company's DNA, enabling you to demonstrate how your skills and expertise can seamlessly integrate into their unique business environment. The third tip is about understanding their domain knowledge. Delving into the domain knowledge of the company is like unlocking the secret language of their industry. It's about comprehending to specific challenges, trends, and intricacies that define their business landscape. This understanding goes beyond generic industry knowledge and focuses on the nuances that set this particular company apart. Now, the next one is analyze if your skills are transferable. Evaluate the transferability of your skills Identify how your existing expertise can seamlessly apply to the requirements of business analyst role. This analysis ensures a smooth transition and highlights your adaptability. Now the next one is align your resume to their domain request. Align your resume like a customized business proposal. Tailor it to emphasize skills and experiences directly relevant to the business analyst role. This approach captures attention, showcasing your perfect fit for the company's specific needs. Or in some situations, you can also hire a resume writer to do that for you. Hiring a resume writer streamlines the process. Professionals craft a compelling document ensuring key skills and achievements that stand out. It's an investment in presenting your best self on paper. Now moving ahead, we will discuss some of the important technical skills required to become a business analyst. Starting with the CRM tools. CRM tools are customer relationship management tools, are the digital solutions and enhance interactions with customers. They centralize customer data, track communications, and manage relationships efficiently. Popular examples include Salesforce, HubSpot, and Zoho, and these tools are essential for optimizing lead generation, improving customer satisfaction, and boosting overall revenue. Moving ahead, we have business intelligence tools. Business intelligence tools like Tableau and Power BI turn data into actionable insights. They facilitate efficient analysis and visualization, aiding marketing analysis in competitor analysis and revenue generation. Moving ahead, we have business acumen. Business acumen is savvy application of business principles. It requires understanding trends, financial literacy, a strategic mindset, and much more. For marketing analysis, it's key to interpreting data, spotting opportunities, and contributing to revenue generation. It's like having sharp business intuition for informed decision making. Moving ahead, we have a project management skill. Project management skills ensure efficient planning and execution, vital for market analysts, orchestrating successful campaigns and collaborating effectively with stakeholders. A green belt in project management could be beneficial. Moving ahead, we have data analytics fundamentals. Data analytics fundamentals involve extracting data from data sets like Excel, database, web, etc. It's about interpreting information to make informed decisions, a core skill for marketing analysis and driving effective strategies. Moving ahead, another important tip is about brushing up the fundamentals. Brushing up on fundamentals means refreshing essential skills. It's about staying sharp and maintaining a solid foundation, crucial for marketing analysis to navigate challenges and drive success. Now moving ahead, we will discuss the experience. Now, experience is more about the current roles and responsibilities that are you playing with your current organization. Aligning your current organization roles and responsibilities involves tailoring your current task to match the requirements of the new job. It's about highlighting relevant skills and experiences to show a seamless transition, demonstrating that you're a perfect fit for the desired position. Now moving ahead, we have soft skills. And in soft skills, the first one that we are going to discuss is about the dress code. Professional dressing is about presenting a polished and appropriate image. It involves choosing attire that aligns with the workplace culture, reflecting a combination of competence and respect. The next step is maintaining a confident smile while you're answering the questions. Smile confidently for a positive impact. Confidence in delivery enhances your message. Lastly, in soft skills, we have answering language. Use corporate language. Utilizing corporate language for enhanced connection and reliability, and it ensures clear communication and fosters a professional rapport. Now moving ahead, we will also face some of the critical questions which might be different from your skill set. Questions like, why should I hire you? Now, these are some of the important questions which doesn't have to do anything with your current roles and responsibilities, skill set that you have, or technical mindset. It is completely about your mentality, how you approach to work, how you approach to your team, how you approach to your responsibilities. So the recruiter wants to know how you think about this particular question. So give a wise answer. You can tell him something like, you can hire me for my strong analytical skills, experience in competitor analysis, and success in lead generation. I am confident in data-centric approach that will contribute positively to the company's growth. Thank you for considering my application. So basically, you're highlighting your strongest points and also you're giving a subtle answer why they should hire you. Now proceeding ahead, we have the second question. So this question is really common. They might ask you for the reason for leaving your current job. So give them some bright and brilliant answers. So you can say, I sought new opportunities to further apply and expand my skills aligning with my career goals. I believe this role is a better fit for my expertise and aspirations. Now the last question is, what are your key strengths and weaknesses? So you can say my key strengths lie in strategic thinking, data analysis, and effective communication. I excel in competitor analysis and digital marketing. As for the weaknesses, I am continuously refining time management to enhance efficiency. Now, apart from this, you can also cross-question your interviewer about your agenda. Agenda that covers some critical questions that will impress your interviewer. So some of those questions are as follows. You can ask your interviewer that how can the current company help me meet my career objectives? Questions like, what new skills will I get to learn when I join your company? And questions also like, what does a typical day look like with your new organization? Or if you have already joined, what does it look like a normal day in your current organization, right? So questions like these can impress your interviewer, and it will explain how enthusiastic are you about your new role and how enthusiastic are you about your new work environment, right? And with that, we have come to an end of this session on tips to crack business analyst interview questions. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest.
Analytics is a journey that involves a combination of skills, advanced technologies, applications, and processes used by a firm to gain business insights from data and statistics. This is done to perform business planning. In the analytics process, data is collected from various external sources and is stored in a data warehouse. After this data collection, the process of analytics begins. Here, a more in-depth learning of the data is done to derive possible insights from data. In addition to this, all advanced data-driven capabilities are developed, which in turn provides additional value to business. In the next slide, we will look at the places where analytics is applied. Some of the common fields where analytics is implemented are as follows. Financial services. In this field, analytics is used for credit scoring, fraud detection, pricing, and claims analysis. In retail, it is used for promotions, replenishment, demand forecasting, and merchandising optimization. In healthcare, it is used for drug interaction, preliminary diagnosis, and disease management. Customer retention, capacity planning, and network optimization are the primary applications in the field of communications. Trading, supply, demand forecasting, and compliance are the areas of application in energy. In manufacturing, it is used for inventory replenishment, product customization, and supply chain optimization. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that are covered in the first and second lessons. In Lesson 1, you will learn what analytics is and understand the process involved in it. The lesson will also provide brief details on where you can apply analytics and what insights can be derived from this application. This helps you in understanding a problem and knowing how a data scientist should act. This lesson will also help you in knowing how to collect data and prepare it for your analytical process. In the second lesson, you will have an overview of all statistical methods, including descriptive statistics, probability theory, concepts of test of significance, and hypothesis testing. Some business uses of these statistical concepts have also been provided via case studies for better understanding. This lesson will give you an idea of how you can derive some meaningful pattern from the data. It will help you in finding the distribution pattern that is hidden in the data and in proceeding with further decisions that are to be made at the basic level. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that will be covered in the third and fourth lessons. Third lesson will help you understand data exploration, data visualization, and diagnostic analytics and perform these using the R tool. Case studies and examples have been provided to help you understand the concepts in a practical way and also help you use the R tool effectively. The fourth lesson will help you understand some predictive techniques such as regression analysis and models that could be built from them. Logistic regression, time series analysis, and cluster analysis will also be taught with some example case studies. These predictive modeling techniques will help you look at the past data and identify the predicted value that helps in making decisions. Further, all the working procedures are explained using the R tool in a stepwise manner with suitable examples. In the next slide, we will look at the career path of a business analyst. The use of analytics has evolved over time, and the advent of big data has made analytics one of the most sought-after skills in the industry across domains. This course will help you take the first step toward understanding analytics and the way it interfaces with the industry. The course will also help you start thinking like a business analyst. Career-wise, you can aspire to be a data manager, data miner, or a business manager. The work of a data manager involves data preparation, deployment services, report administration. The work of a data miner involves exploratory analysis, descriptive segmentation, predictive modeling. The work of a business manager involves campaign management, domain expertise, process and ROI evaluation. This includes Lesson 0 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. Thank you for your attention. Please continue your learning with Lesson 1 of this course. Hello, and welcome to Lesson 1 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. After completing this course, you will be able to differentiate between analysis and analytics, understand what is analytics, learn the different stages in analytics, know the popular tools used in analytics, understand the role of a data scientist, know the processes involved in analytics, define a problem statement, collect and summarize data, detect and treat outliers in the data. We all know we are learning about analytics. Then what is analysis? Is it by any means different from analytics? If yes, in what ways is it different? In this slide, we see the basic difference between analytics and analysis. Analytics is the science of analysis, wherein we apply methods of statistics, data mining, and computer technology for doing an analysis. Whereas analysis is the process in which the complex data available has been broken down to simpler forms which provide more compact and better data for understanding. In the next slide, we will see more into what is analytics. So what actually is analytics? It's the science of wisely acquiring meaningful results from the given data using various methods and technologies, and by which a pattern of variation is observed. By studying this pattern, we can understand the future and predict the uncertainty that is related to business. Various sophisticated models and techniques are used, like statistical, mathematical, and economical models. So how do you go about analytics? First, you gather data, For example, for a commercial entity, you collect data from enterprise, social media, internet forums, etc. Second, you club all the data together and consolidate and organize it in a form from which you can analyze through visualization, statistics, etc., which is the third step in the process. In the next slide, we will see the different stages of analytics. There are major 4 stages in any analytics work. The first stage is called descriptive analytics, where data or information is gathered and summarized. This stage usually caters to questions like, how many students dropped out last year? The next stage is called diagnostic analytics, where data is analyzed and insights are generated, which help in answering the questions in the first stage. Here the question that comes up will be, why has the dropout rate increased in the last 1 year? With the help of the analysis done in the previous 2 stages, the next stage tries to answer unforeseen phenomena, like which students are most likely to drop out. This stage is called predictive analytics. Finally, the last stage, known as prescriptive analytics, tries to analyze the type of action required to be taken to support or avoid the unforeseen phenomena predicted in the previous stage. In this scenario, prescriptive analytics has queries like, which students should I target to keep them from dropping out? Next, we will look at a list of a few popular tools used in analytics. These are some of the commonly used tools for analytical purpose to get meaningful results. R, Revolution R, RStudio, Tableau, SAP HANA, Weka, KXEN, SAS. Next, we will discuss the role of a data scientist. So, what is the role of a data scientist in data analytics? A data scientist is somebody who is inquisitive, who can look at data and spot trends. They come out with unrevealed stories hidden in data that helps in creating more useful insights and thus help in solving business problems. A data scientist works in sync with application developer to get the relevant data for analysis. He or she makes an analytical plan in such a way that the results satisfy the business needs. A data scientist also comes up with an effective data mining architecture and prepares suitable models. They are responsible for resolving data mining performance issues. And finally, they should generate reports that are affordable from a business perspective. Next, we will see the methodology involved in data analytics. The data analytics methodology comprises of 6 steps, as can be seen in the image. The discovery step is questioning if there is sufficient data to make an analytical plan. Once we have the data in data preparation, all unstructured data is converted into structured data so that it helps in planning. Model planning is choosing an appropriate model that suits your data. Model building is building the model that is being specified in the previous step. The next step is to come up with insights that help customers to solve their problems, that is, to deliver results. The final step is to make the model operational and put the findings to use. Next, we will discuss how to define the problem. Defining the problem statement is an important step in analytics and needs to be done before starting the project. At a high level, the problem statement should answer 4 basic questions. What is the problem? Find the existing problem that needs to be solved. What is it not? Define the problem that is not being caused. Why do we have this problem? Find the root cause of the problem. Why don't we have a solution? This gives the answer, that is, why the problem could not be resolved. In the next slide, we will discuss how to formally define a problem statement. The techniques that are involved in formally defining a problem are: state the problem in a general way, that is, state the problem in general terms with respect to some practical, scientific, or intellectual interest. The next step is to understand the nature and origin of the problem, its objectives, and the environment in which the problem is to be studied. Next, all available literature, including relevant theories, reports, records, and any form of relevant literature on the problem, needs to be reviewed and examined. The next step is optional. The researcher may discuss the problem with his or her colleagues and others related to the concerned subject to brainstorm ideas. Finally, rephrase the problem, that is, put the problem in specific terms that make it feasible and helps in the development of working hypotheses. Next, we will look at ways to summarize data. Before summarizing data, the types of data need to be discussed. Data can be two types: qualitative or quantitative. Qualitative or categorical data refers to data that are descriptive. They are generally recorded in groups or in descriptive language. Example, dividing people into high, medium, and low height groups. Quantitative or numeric data refers to data that are recorded in numbers. They could be either continuous or discrete variables. Example, the measured height of a person. In the next slide, we will discuss how to analyze this data. Summarizing refers to procedures that are applied on the raw data to convert them into an easily readable and analyzable format. The mathematical summaries differ according to the type of data, numerical or categorical, and fall into descriptive and graphical categories. Seen here is an example of population divided by marital status. A bar chart has been used to depict the same data. In the next slide, we will see the different summaries based on the categories. Numeric data can be summarized using the mean, median, and mode values. These are discussed in detail in the following chapters, along with other methods for summarizing. Categorical data can be summarized using a frequency distribution table, that is, the number of occurrences of a value for all values. Graphical representations help in easy visualization of the data. Numeric variables can be viewed as box plots, and the categorical variables can be viewed in bar charts or histograms. The visualizations will be discussed in detail in the following chapters. In the next slide, we will discuss how to collect data. Data collection is the process of gathering data that is relevant to the problem statement at hand. The data aids in proving or disproving hypotheses or provides solutions to a research or a problem statement. Regardless of the problem, the data collection process needs to be well defined and systematic. In an effort to construct accurate data, the accuracy of the data is the primary factor in deciding the validity of the findings. Depending on the method used to collect data, the observations need to be recorded and organized in such a way to provide optimum usefulness. The recording and organization of data must also be directly related to the methods of analysis and use of the data. We will see the methods of collecting data in the next slide. The data collection methods fall into two major categories: primary and secondary. Observations, experiments, and surveys fall into the primary category. Observations refer to measuring the data and various attributes. In experiments, the subjects are divided into groups, receive different external input, and the results are recorded. Surveys, questionnaires, and interviews help in recording feedback and are used in studying the characteristics of a population. Data sources refer to data that have already been gathered and are available in a published format. Reporting refers to cases where there exists a database of information that can be legally obtained. Next, we will discuss data dictionary. A data dictionary, also called a metadata repository, is a file that describes the structure and content of the data. The data dictionary is a file or a list of files that contains data about the database, like number of records, name of each field, characteristic and type of each field, description of each field, relationships between different fields. In analysis, the data dictionary helps in analyzing different variables and the relationships and dependencies between each other. In the next slide, we will discuss the final topic of this lesson, outliers. Outliers are observation points in a distribution that significantly deviates from other observations. If you look at the graph, it plots the marks obtained as a result of a particular study time. The trend is that marks increase as the students study longer, except for one marked point. This could be a possible outlier. Outliers could exist in a distribution due to erroneous observations or special circumstances like a bulk sales order on a particular day in a store. Outlier detection tests exist to check for outliers that are model-based and generally look for outliers based on mean and variance of the data. Outliers can be excluded from the analysis or included while using algorithms that treat outliers as well. There are other outlier treatments, but are out of scope for this chapter. Let us quickly summarize what we have learned in this lesson. We have discussed what analytics and analysis are and the differences between them, popular tools used in analytics, what a data scientist does, the processes involved in the analytics lifecycle, how to formally define a problem statement, methods of collecting and summarizing data for analytics, data dictionary and its contents, what outliers are and how to detect and treat them. The section will help you to check your understanding of the concepts covered.
The last 2 decades have witnessed extensive business infrastructure investments. Due to this, the capability of collecting data has improved across enterprises. While some businesses continue to operate in their traditional ways, in other businesses, each aspect is now virtually open to collect data. These aspects are even instrumented for data collection. Aspects like supply chain management, marketing campaign performance, manufacturing, operations, and workflow procedures are a few examples. Simultaneously, information is also available on events like industry news, market trends, and movements of competitors. The wide availability of data has led to increasing interest in methods to extract useful information from data science. With this data availability, organizations in almost each industry are focused to exploit data for their advantage over competitors. Earlier, organizations used to employ different teams of analysts, modelers, and statisticians for manually exploring datasets. However, now the variety and volume of data have outstripped the manual analysis capacity. Computers have also become powerful, and networking has become widespread. Also, algorithms are being developed that can help connecting various databases to allow powerful data analysis. As a result of all these phenomena, various data science principles and data mining techniques are coming into existence. A manager in an organization needs to take several decisions on the basis of the problem and alternative courses of action available. To conclude the best option, they need all the information that is relevant and the criterion to choose the best option. Here is a set of questions that can be important for any business executive. Some other interesting questions that could be important to business executives are also listed on the screen. Let's first understand what business analytics is. It's a scientific process that transforms data into insight. It takes data from various sources and various types and convert them into insights that improve, support, and automate decisions. The techniques used for this process are presentation, technological, and quantitative. In other words, it's a process that uses data for better decision-making. It's used for fact-based or data-driven decision-making. This is generally considered as more objective as compared to other decision-making alternatives. Business analytics uses simple tools such as reports and graphs, and also complex tools such as optimization, data mining, and simulation. In the graph shown on the screen, we've compared different data analytics techniques in terms of competitive advantage and degree of complexity. Prescriptive analytics offers the most competitive advantage over other techniques, such as descriptive and predictive. However, performing prescriptive analytics is the most complex data analytical technique. We'll look into details of each of these techniques in the subsequent screens. Let's now talk about the features of business analytics, or BA. The first important feature is the support to various methodologies. These include concepts from applied probability, applied mathematics, applied statistics, and computer science. Since it's used by organizations that are committed to data-driven decision-making, the data produced helps in gaining meaningful insights into better business planning and business performance. The next important feature is decision support systems. In data-driven companies, data is treated as a corporate asset. Successful analytics is dependent upon the quality of data and analysts who know the business and technologies. Solutions are primarily used as decision support systems or as their components. The solutions help executives, salespeople, and other organizational leaders to make business decisions. Another important feature of business analytics is business continuity support, as business analytics supports essential business functions. It also supports tactical decision-making with respect to unforeseen events. It also aids in functions such as hiring, reducing attrition, improving retention, performing staff deployment, and deciding strategy. In many cases, decision-making is automated for supporting responses in real time. This lesson will help you understand the concepts related to different types of business analytics, such as descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, supply chain analytics, healthcare analytics, marketing analytics, human resource analytics, and web analytics. Descriptive analytics analyzes the past events and predicts the approach of future. It analyzes the past performance by mining the past data and look for the reasons why past failures or successes happened. Almost all management reporting, such as finance, operations, marketing, and sales, uses this analytics. The related models quantify data relationships in a manner that is generally used for the classification of customers and prospects into various groups. For instance, these models can be used to classify customers on the basis of their preferences and life stages. They can be used to create further models that can make predictions and can stimulate various individualized agents. Some of the data techniques used by this analytics includes reports, data mining techniques, descriptive statistics, data queries, data dashboards, and basic what-if spreadsheet models. Predictive analytics converts data into actionable and usable information. It determines the possible future outcome of an event or the possibility of a situation. It includes various statistical techniques from machine learning, data mining, modeling, and game theory, and include techniques that use models created from past data to predict the future or determine the impact of one variable on another. When it comes to businesses, these models use the patterns found in transactional and historical data for identifying opportunities and risks. They allow risk assessment by capturing relationships between various factors. The three basic cornerstones of this analytics are predictive modeling, decision analysis and optimization, and transaction profiling. An example to use this analytics can be to optimize customer relationship management systems. Some other examples include a company that can create a mathematical model for predicting the future sales by using past data on product sales, and a food manufacturing company that can estimate the measurement and quality of unit sales by using the point-of-sale scanner data from retail outlets. A few other examples include an organization that can predict the market share of a new product by using the survey data and past purchase behavior. Using predictive analytics, these organizations can analyze the spending, use, and behavior of customers. This leads to effective cross-sales and high profitability. An organization must employ an experts team or data scientists to find and access the appropriate data. This team can work with business leaders for designing business strategies by using predictive analytics techniques such as time series analysis, linear regression, data mining techniques, and simulation or risk analysis. Prescriptive analytics uses mathematical sciences, machine learning, business rules, and big data for making decisions and suggesting decision options. It specifies the best course of action for a business activity in the form of the output of a prescriptive model. It goes beyond predicting the outcomes of future and also suggests the action to benefit from the predictions. It anticipates the reason of an incident and not just what and when it will happen. It can also suggest decision options on the method to take the benefit of a future opportunity or to mitigate a risk of the future. The models used in this analytics are called optimization models and combine various business rules, mathematical models, and data. The input can be internal data, external data, and various other sources. Here are some example industries in which this analytics is used. The airline industry can benefit by using revenue management models and past purchasing data as inputs to get the best pricing strategy across all flights. Similarly, the finance industry can use portfolio models that utilize historical investment return data to decide the mix of investments. Other examples of prescriptive analytics are supply network design models in operations and price markdown models in retailing. In operations, supply network design models provide cost-minimizing plant and distribution center locations. Retailing use price markdown models that provide the timing of discount offers and revenue-maximizing discount levels. One of the traditional analytics applications was in supply chain management and logistics. It's used at the core of companies like FedEx and UPS. It's used for efficient delivery and optimal sorting of goods. It's also used for vehicle and staff scheduling, vehicle routing, better inventory and processing control, and efficient supply chains. Analytic tools used in this area span the complete analytics spectrum. For instance, it's been used by the women's apparel manufacturer Bernard Claus Inc. The company used descriptive analytics for presenting its supply chain status to its managers. Another example is ConAgra Foods, a packaged foods company which used prescriptive and predictive analytics for planning its capacity utilization better by including the inherent uncertainty in commodities pricing. The company received 100% return on their investment in analytics in less than 3 months. Analytics in healthcare is used to simultaneously control cost and provide more effective treatment to patients. Predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive analytics are used to improve staff, patient, and facility scheduling. They're also used to control inventory, purchasing, and patient flow. For instance, as per the McKinsey Global Institute, or MGI, and McKinsey and Company 14 study, by better utilizing analytics, the United States healthcare system could save more than $300 billion each year, which is equivalent to the complete gross domestic product of countries such as Singapore, Finland, and Ireland. Marketing is one of the expanding areas to apply analytics. A better understanding of customer behavior by using data generated from social media and scanner data leads to several advantages, such as better use of advertising budgets, effective pricing strategies, improved demand forecasting, better product line management, and increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. One of the examples is automobile manufacturer Chrysler teamed with J.D. Power and Associates. They developed predictive models for supporting their pricing decisions for automobiles as they helped Chrysler to better understand the ramifications of proposed pricing structures. The models generated an estimated annual savings of $500 million. The use of analytics in the human resources area is relatively new. With the use of analytics, the HR function ensures that the organization employs the required skill sets to meet its needs, hires the highest quality talent, provides an employee retention environment, and achieves its organizational diversity objectives. Sears Holding Corporation, or SHC, is an example in this area. It created an HR analytics team inside its corporate HR function that used descriptive and predictive analytics to support employee hiring and tracking and influencing retention. Web analytics is the analysis of online activity, such as visiting websites and social media sites like LinkedIn and Facebook. It has huge implications for promoting and selling products and services through the internet. Some points to remember are that leading companies use descriptive and advanced analytics to data collected in online experiments for determining the best way for configuring websites, position ads, and using social networks to promote products and services. Online experimentation includes exposing various subgroups to various website versions and tracking the results. These experiments prove to be ineffective as they allow the company to use the trial and error method in statistically determining what makes a difference in their website traffic and sales. Why is decision-making in any business very important? The goal of business decision-making is to high revenue, low costs, and low expenses. It's supported by business analytics in various ways, such as for increasing revenue while keeping selling expenses the same. Business analytics suggests changes in the Salesforce deployment. It can also be used if a company's employees are leaving voluntarily for higher paying jobs and there are high onboarding costs. In such cases, business analytics recommends raises that can help retain existing employees. Business intelligence, or BI, refers to reporting and analytics tools, traditionally used for determining historical data trends. These techniques and tools are used to transform raw data into useful information for the purpose of business analysis. It includes a set of processes, methodologies, technologies, and architectures that uses the output of the information management processes. The technologies can handle large amounts of unstructured data for identifying, developing, and otherwise creating new strategic business opportunities. BI enables queries by which users can get results by asking data-related questions. It allows easy data interpretation of high amounts of data, while implementing an effective strategy based on insights that can help a business gain a competitive advantage. BI includes tools that are designed to present the results of analytics in an understandable format. They provide historical, current, and predictive views of business operations. Some functions include online analytical processing, process mining, prescriptive analytics, text mining, business performance management, and benchmarking. Data science includes processes, principles, and methods to understand phenomena through automated data analysis. It allows data-driven decision-making, or DDD, which determines the productivity of an organization. DDD is the practice of basing decisions on data analysis instead of just intuition. Organizations get involved in DDD to lesser or greater degrees, which decides the productivity of the organizations. The given image shows how data science interacts with the outer world. Let's now talk about the importance of data science. You can consider data science a business asset that is about data investment. An understanding of its fundamental concepts is required for data scientists and anyone working with data scientists, employing data scientists, investing in data-heavy ventures, or directing an analytics application in an organization. DDD and big data technologies improve business performance substantially. Data science supports DDD and, at times, performs such decision-making automatically. With respect to data science, the key strategic assets are data and the ability to extract useful information from data. Many businesses use data analytics to get value from the existing data and to generally consider if the business has the right analytical talent. Incorrect data and unsuitable data science talent results in issues such as poor decisions. Big data typically refers to data sets that are too large for traditional data processing systems. Its technologies are considered as a popular platform for data analytics and data exploration and used to implement data mining techniques and data processing. These technologies are also used to process data in support of the data mining techniques and other data science activities. Nowadays, companies that employ big data technologies have started asking, what can I now do that I couldn't do before, or do better than I could do before? Therefore, it's possible the golden era of data science. Different types of analytical tools available are listed on the screen. These are open source software, have object-oriented design, and can be linked with general programming platforms. They also offer extensibility and various other features.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Business Analyst Interview Questions. My name is Richard Kirshner with the Simplilearn team. Get certified, get ahead. We'll go over some beginner, intermediate, and advanced level questions to expect in interviews when you're looking at business analytics. Let's start with the differentiation between a risk and an issue. And this should be a very fundamental question dealing with business, because in business they want to make money, and we really want to understand where the split is on a lot of these things. So always ask yourself, where is the bottom dollar on this, and what does this mean? Risk is your potential, and an issue is something that's actually happening. So risk is a potential problem that can be predicted. Risk may or may not happen in the future. A proactive response plan is formulated and kept ready to mitigate risks. So these are things you plan for. And the issue refers to a risk that is occurring or about to happen. There is no response plan in place to solve an issue. You can only respond reactively to an issue. What are the various tools a business analyst works on? This is very company specific. And so when you start looking for work, you start going in for interviews, you should start really asking yourself, what are these companies looking for that I'm interested in? Clearly, if you work with IBM, you want to have your tools that are central to IBM and the IBM setup. Same thing with Google, with just across the whole field. Some of the more basic ones, obviously an Excel spreadsheet, which isn't on this list, but your Python, your SQL, you should really know your SQL because it's going to come up in no matter what format you're in. Your Tableau, your Azure, your Balsamic, all these are different platforms. There's a lot more out there, but you should be aware on which platforms your proficiencies are on. And those also that you might not be proficient on, but you at least know what they do and what their performance is. So you can answer questions, and a lot of companies will pay for you to be certified if their platform isn't on your list. What are the various stages of a business project? And we look at project initiation, project planning, project execution, project control and monitoring, project closure. And it's really important to understand any one of these in a little bit more detail than just knowing the list. What is feasibility study? A feasibility study is a method of gauging the success rate of proposed business solution. It enables business analysts to discover new business opportunities. And really, a lot of businesses, when they're looking at it for a business analyst, this is really what they want to know. What's the feasibility? That is a very central question that comes up in most business plans. What's the feasibility of doing something and getting it done? What is business model analysis? Business model analysis is a technique that helps you analyze if a business is financially, economically, and socially viable or not. I know a number of contractors that this is their sole career, is to go in and analyze ski resorts in Colorado to find out whether it's going to make it this year or not and what they need to do to fix that. So it's a very high-end job niche where you really need to know your stuff and understand what it means. What do you understand by requirement? Differentiate between requirements and needs. We look at requirements. A requirement is a targeted solution that is required to achieve the set business objectives. Business requirements are data used for business processes. Needs. Needs are the high-level representation of the terms and the result. Business needs include identifying and comprehending the business's goals and articulating its strategic direction. And you can think of needs are, what do we need to succeed? Requirements are, well, these are the things we need to put into place. This is what's required to achieve a business objective. Suppose you have been given a list of zip PIN codes from different countries. Using those codes, find the city and the state names using Excel. And so if you're given a list of zip codes, PIN codes of various cities from the US and India, here's how you can find the city and the country names. Select all the codes. Go to the Data tab under Data Types, select Geography, click on the Insert Data option, choosing City from the field list. Click on the Insert Data option and select State from the field list. Really, you do need to know your way around Excel. No matter what other packages you're working with, Excel is such a base package in business analysis. So much people are given that back and forth still. It's still kind of a baseline. Below are sales data that has information on different items sold across various regions and countries. What was the total revenue generated for all the items in India? You can use the sum if function to find the total revenue generated from India. You can see here equals sum if, and then of course B2 to B100 India, L2 to L1001, and that will give you the sum. You can also use a filter option to filter the data only for India and use subtotal by pressing Alt plus equals. Nice short hotkey to remember there. Create a highlight table to visualize the revenue generated from offline and online sales for different items across the region using Tableau. Now, not all companies use Tableau, but it is becoming a very highly used tool because it's so easy to use. You drag the region onto columns, drag the sales channel and item type fields onto rows, select the total revenue column and drag it onto color and label cards. Select square as the mark type. Drag the total revenue field onto columns, drag the total profit column onto rows, place item type column onto colors. Under the size card, place the total profit. Drag the region column into the filters card and select Asia. So one of the things about Tableau is it looks real complicated, but it's all drag and drop. And so you should know your way around about doing some very simple drag and drops for doing your query and summation. And below is the resulted plot. So let's look at some more questions, but let's jump to a little more intermediate level. Differentiate between software development lifecycle and project lifecycle. So we're looking a little bit more hierarchical towards the top of the list. Software development lifecycle helps with the development of software products. It consists of a single software across multiple phases. Here, phases include requirement gathering, coding, operations, maintenance, and documentation. Where the project lifecycle, this enables you to develop a new product in the business. Project lifecycle consists of multiple software in one customer scenario. Phases here are idea generation, screening, development, testing, and analysis. How do you perform risk management in your project? So again, we're dealing with intermediate, not just how to pull tables across. We want to start analyzing things. And the risk management is a technique wherein risks are identified, avoided, reduced, assessed, and mitigated. Having the appropriate risk management plan decreases losses and optimizes decision making to enhance the organization's performance. How does risk mitigation differ from risk avoidance? Risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is a plan to be executed when a risk occurs. When a risk occurs, there might be a business impact and the cost incurred is high. Risk avoidance, whereas risk avoidance is carried out to avoid the risk from occurring. Meanwhile, the business impact here is zero and the cost is fully eliminated. And you can think about a brick and mortar store and they have shoplifting. You want to mitigate you want to avoid as much shoplifting as you can. But you can only frisk people at the door and have security so much before you start losing customers. And so when you mitigate it, you're going to have to pay for your lost merchandise. Where you avoid it, you have your security cameras and people watching to stop people from stealing things. Risk in this case can mean loss of money spent, badly spent on equipment, certifications. There's all kinds of areas where you want to mitigate and avoid risk. What are project deliverables? Project deliverables represent a collection of measurable services and goods that are to be delivered to the end user in the project completion stage. This is so important when we start talking about any of our, when you sign a contract, any of our online contracts, cloud computing, all of that, make sure you're very clear what the deliverables are, who owns it, who is the responsibility of the service, and the security around it. Those are all very important questions to know. Differentiate between the Agile and Waterfall model. Two of our biggest or most basic models used today. The Agile model, which is slowly taken over, especially in software. The Agile model is adaptable to requirement changes and has an incremental approach. In the Agile model, testing can be performed in every phase. With the waterfall model is referred as a structured software development methodology. Changes in requirements are difficult to implement. Meanwhile, in the waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. And you can look at this as a lot of the software today has to be ready to change quickly, or in the waterfall setup, you're not looking for fast changes, you're looking for a very solid, it's going to work no matter what kind of view. This is something that we can build. It isn't going to have to make major changes, but it better work correctly. Describe the different analytical techniques like Moscow and SWOT. Moscow analysis, it is a prioritization technique that highlights a requirement's significance. Questions like, is it a must-have or a should-have? Could the demand be made better? Would a specific idea be useful in the future? Are asked here. In the SWOT analysis, it discovers the strengths and weaknesses of a firm and evaluates them as opportunities and threats. SWOT analysis consists of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And you can kind of think of it as like the SWAT team coming in you're worried about threats here, so we're talking about policing. Or in Moscow, really, what can we get out of this? Is this, do we have to have it to succeed? Is it going to be useful in the future? So you're looking more for a general value attached to it. List various components of strategy analysis. For developing a strategic plan for an organization, the vital components are vision, objectives, mission, strategies, action plan. What is benchmarking? Benchmarking is a process of evaluating an organization's measures, like the quality of policies, programs, etc., against the standard criteria. It's so important to have that baseline of what are you measuring against. The baseline might not even be a very good one, but you can't measure something unless you have something to measure it against. It helps with the measuring the performance of the company. You can recognize the areas of improvement in a company and analyze how other companies achieve other objectives. What is the best approach to work with difficult stakeholders? A business analyst interacts with many professionals during his work. Few of the best approaches to take into consideration while working with difficult stakeholders are. Before I even jump into this, I have a friend who is working with some very high-end individuals who took their private plane, and he was supposed to meet them at the in location. When he arrived, they had been in a fist fight while on their private plane. The stakeholders had so much difficulty with some particular aspect going on. So difficulties are going to arise, hopefully not at that level, but things happen. And of course, you want to just work with anybody, but you want to listen patiently to the stakeholders' point of view, respond to them politely and diplomatically, have a one-on-one discussion to make things more precise, comprehend their worries and be transparent. Make sure to continuously engage such difficult stakeholders. And I'm going to highlight the last one, because if you're working with somebody who's difficult and you just try to ignore them, one of the things is that whatever problems are arising, they're just going to explode. So that is so important not to ignore somebody who's being difficult. But the rest of it is stay focused. Stay focused on what you're trying to accomplish. Be goal-driven. This is a great time to be goal-driven, not driven by emotion or the problems that arise or how the person communicates. Name the different types of agile methodologies. Scrum. You can go get Scrum certified. Important thing to look into if you haven't. Learn software development and extreme programming. XP. Feature-driven development. FDD. Crystal. Kanban. Dynamic Systems Development Method. DSDM.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
There is in Agile just a ton of different methodologies. So knowing at least a few of them inside and out and having a kind of a general idea that the other ones are out there is important, so you at least know what we're talking about when someone comes up and talks about Agile. Describe the gap analysis. Gap analysis refers to the analysis of differences between the existing system's functionalities and the targeted system. The gap indicates the amount of work required to get the intended result. Gap analysis is a comparison between the current and proposed functionalities. And you can see here we put together an action plan to go from the current state to the desired state. How do you import text file data into MS Excel? And remember, Excel is one of those things that has been around forever, and even though it's like the bottom barrel of a lot of analysis that we do, most of our data starts in an Excel spreadsheet, or a comma-separated variable file that you then end up with an Excel spreadsheet. Given below is the employee text file. It has information about name, age, and company. And here's how you can import this data into Excel. Go to the Data tab, click on Get Data drop-down. Under from Files, select Text CSV. Select where the text file is located in your system and click on Import. Click on Load Data Imported into Excel. You've been given sales data that has information on the sale of different items across the world. Below is the data. Create a pivot table to analyze the profit of all the items in each region. Now remember, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes the data of a more extensive table. So it takes a full data sheet, and we're going to zoom in on something. That's what the pivot table means. And if we want to go ahead and do this, what we do is we go ahead and select a cell in the table, go to Insert, and click on Pivot Table. In the Create Pivot Table box, choose Existing Worksheet to place your pivot table. Drag region and item type onto rows, drag total profit onto values, sort the sum of the total profit column. Using the sales table, find the percentage contribution of cosmetics to the total revenue and total profit. Create a pivot table by dragging item type onto rows. Select the revenue and profit column under values. Right-click on the revenue value under Show Value As, select percentage of grand total. Right-click on a profit value under Show Value As, choose percentage of grand total. And you can see here when we do that, we end up with cosmetics made a 14.03% contributions to the total revenue and an 18.94% contribution to the total profit. How do you create a dual axis chart in Tableau? Drag the order data onto columns and convert it into continuous year. Drag total revenue onto rows and total profit to the right corner of the view until you see the light green rectangle. Synchronize the right axis by right-clicking on the profit axis. Under the marks card, change sum total revenue to bar and sum total profit to line, and adjust the size and color. They're lots of fun to play with as you start getting into these. Using the sales data, create a view to show the total units sold and the profit generated from each item. Which item sold the least and has the least profit? So we'll go ahead and load an Excel file data in Tableau Desktop. Drag units sold onto columns and item type column onto rows. Place the total profit column under Couleur and choose the desired color palette. Sort the units sold axes in descending order. And you can see here it produces a very quick bug figure, shows the fruit sold and the least and had the least amount of profit. Create a map to show the units sold and the profit generated from different Middle East and North Africa items. Drag country onto the detail card. Place the total profit column under size. Drag units sold under color. In the filters card, drag the region column and select Middle East and North Africa. Bahrain had the maximum number of units sold. At the same time, Iran made the full amount of profit. Create a visualization to analyze the total revenue and the units sold for clothes, meat, and baby food across different regions in 2006 and 2017. Drag the units sold field on the columns, drag the region and item type fields onto rows. Under the Couleur card, place a total revenue column, drag item type onto filters and choose clothes, meat, and baby food. Drag the order date column onto filters and select 2016 and 2017. Meat had the highest units sold and made the maximum profit. Now with any of these Tableau, it's good if you have your own hands-on for this. That's an important thing to note. We kind of zoomed in on Tableau. Again, there's a lot of other companies out there using a lot of other packages. So if you're not familiar with Tableau, but you're able to do this in another package, that's a good thing. So at least you know what we're talking about and you've had that hands-on. Let's go ahead and jump to some advanced level questions. What is requirement prioritization? Name the different techniques used for it. Requirements prioritization focuses on allocating requirements depending on the business urgencies. This is essential for the project to run well. Requirement prioritization enables various teams to understand what is important and work in sync with the business needs. There are several techniques used for requirement prioritization. We had Moscow technique, we mentioned that earlier. The requirements are grouped based on must, mandatory, should, high priority, could, not necessary but preferred, and would, suggested for the future. Ranking method. Here you give each requirement a distinct numerical value based on its importance. And of course this is at 100. well, here's kind of similar to ranking, is the $100 method. Multiple stakeholders get a notional $100 to distribute among the requirements. So the $100 method is pretty similar to what the ranking method is. Top 10 requirements. In this approach, from a large set, the stakeholders simply pick their top 10 requirements. This is very popular. There's a lot of help books out there about getting things done. They say write everything that you want to accomplish, put them on 3x5 cards, and narrow it down to 5. Do those 5, because once you've conquered those 5, then you can move on to the next ones. Name the critical agile metrics that should be considered by a business analyst. Sprint burn down. So the sprint burn down is the chart we use when you're tracking. Usually it's in Scrum, is where that usually comes from, the Scrum setup. But it's a chart of the work to be completed and what's still going on. You have your work category allocation, the velocity, the cumulative flow diagram, defect removal awareness, time coverage, defect resolution time. Explain BPMN. BPMN, Business Process Model and Notation. Gateway controls the flow of interaction and sequence of processes. It is a flowchart technique which models the end-to-end business process step. The 4 essential elements of BPMN are flow objects, events, activities, gateways; connecting objects, sequence, messages, associations; swim lanes, pool or lane; artifacts, data object, group annotation. List the elicitation techniques. The elicitation process is about gathering requirements from users and stakeholders. Listed below are a few techniques that are used to collaborate with users or clients. Interviews. Don't know how many times I've been on the phone calling competition, potential clients to ask questions. So one of the elicitation techniques is to ask questions. If you're going to call clients to ask questions, it can a lot of times also turn into additional sales. Document analysis, focus group, prototyping, brainstorming. My favorite, brainstorming. All these are important. I just kind of highlight a few of them that I tend to get stuck in. Observations and workshops. Again, workshops are a great sales technique also. So as you're doing your business analysis and you're bringing people into a workshop and do observations in the workshop and working specifically with these people, they turn into potential business growth. I tell you what, if you're a shareholder and someone's doing a business analysis and they turn around and generate a $30,000 sale for your company, they're in. You know, you've already earned your pay, and you're doing what you like, which is business analysis. Interface analysis, questionnaire and survey. Questionnaire and survey is my least favorite, but they are the most popular because they're the easiest to pump out. List the documents needed by a business analyst. Initiation document, project vision document, use cases, system requirements, specifications document, business requirement document, requirements traceability matrix, functional requirement document, use case specifications document, gap analyst document. Describe how you would approach a project. Here's a basic project approach outline which you can use with respect to different situations. Identifying the project goal, formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams, tracking the project, documenting the progress. And really, when you start designing your project approach, encompassing all the things listed in here is so important with the shareholders. It's great if you can identify your project goal, and that's probably the most important thing, because if you don't have a goal, you might as well walk away. But if you don't have the rest, well, how are you formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams? That is such a big step because we're going from everything being on paper and trying to figure out what you're going to do to actually doing it. And then tracking and finally documenting. Very important for the shareholders and what goes back to the top. Differentiate an alternate flow and exception flow in a use case diagram from a basic flow. Basic flow represents the operation of activities as required by the company. In a use case, alternate flow, as the name suggests, is an alternate solution used in a system failure case. Different steps are used to complete the goals of a use cases. Exception flow refers to the various steps executed in case of errors. This does not lead to achieving the required goal of a use case. Critical aspects of creating analytical reporting. Analytical reporting is a type of business reporting which provides data analysis, information, and recommendations. It enables people to use data to make decisions. To create analytical reporting, the following points should be kept in mind. Comprehend business analysis. Display your analysis skills. Think critically. And I'm going to throw in here the term from big data, map and reduce. Really, when we're doing a business analysis, you don't want to give them a massive amount of information. You want to reduce it down to something that they can see in a single graph, a very simple set of notes, and you need to think critically. You need to really make it, what is it that the shareholders want that's going to make them understand why this is important to the business, and what does the business get out of it? What is Kanban? Kanban helps agile teams in visually managing work through processes. It works as a scheduling system in agile just-in-time production. The Kanban methodology is all about real-time communication of capacity and full transparency of work. The Kanban board describes the current development status. And of course, when you're working with Kanban, you got to be very careful about inspiring versus coaching versus micromanaging. It really can end up in a micromanaging setup where you want to watch out for that, but you also need to track everything. A basic Kanban board has 3-step workflow. It has the to-do, in progress, and done. However, depending on a team size, structure, and objectives, the workflow can be mapped to meet any particular team's unique process. State the key differences between BRD and SRS. BRD, Business Requirements Documents, is a high-level functional specification of software. BRD is a formal document to describe the requirement provided by the client. Business analysts create this post their interaction with the clients. SRS, System Requirement Specification, is a high-level functional and technical specification of software. SRS describes the software's functions and non-functional requirements that are needed to be developed, whereas SRS is created by the systems architects. What is Pareto analysis? The Pareto analysis helps in crucial decision making. It helps in prioritizing decisions, identifying the most relevant and the least decision concerning the overall goal. It is also known as the 80-20 rule. As per this rule, 82% of the project's benefit arises from 20% of the work. Vice versa, 80% of the case problem can be due to 20% of the causes. Differentiate between the V model and the fish model. When we talk about the V model, it is an SDLC model where the execution of processes happens sequentially in a V shape. At every stage, the same person reviews, but other testers will do software testing in the last step. V model consumes less time and costs. The fish model is similar to the V model, but with more multiple verification teams. Every stage is tested by another team for completeness and correctness. The fish model is comparatively very costly and time-consuming, which makes sense because if you have multiple tests on each stage for multiple teams, they have to all be spun up on it, and so you're literally more than doubling the work because you also have to track all that. Given the sales data, create a chart to show each region's country that made the highest revenue. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and country onto rows. Place the total revenue column under values. Right-click on the country value, select the filter options, and choose Top 10. Choose Top 1 as shown above and click on OK. And you can see here is the pivot table that you will get. Using the sales data, find all the countries where the total units of fruits sold offline were less than 3,000. You need to use an advanced filter option in Microsoft Excel to solve this problem. Below is the critical based on the question we have. Go to the Data tab, select Advanced Filter option, choose Copy to another location, give your criteria range and the copy to location. Click on OK. Here's the final result as we can see below. Let's create a pivot table to find which countries from each region made the lowest amount of profit. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and the country into rows. Place the profit column under values. Right-click on any country value, select the filter option and choose Top 10. Choose Bottom 1 and click on OK. And then let's create a filled map to analyze the total revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America using Tableau. Drag country onto detail card, place the total revenue column under the text, drag total profit under couleur. In the filters card, drag the region column and select North America. In the filters card, drag the item type column and select beverages. And you can see from the below map, you can see that Greenland and the maximum revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America. Who knew? Using Tableau, how will you display the top 5 and bottom 5 items based on profit? Drag the item type field onto rows and total profit onto columns. Right-click on the item type column to create a set. Give a name to the set and select the top tab to choose the top 5 items by sum total profit. Create a set for the bottom 5 items by sum total profit. Select both the sets, right-click to create a combined set. Give a name to the set and choose all members in both sets. Drag the new set on the filters and the total profit onto couleur. The above graph depicts the cosmetics made the highest profit while fruits made the lowest. And really, when we're talking about tools like Tableau, or if you're targeting companies working in R, or you're targeting companies working in Python, you should be able to quickly do these kind of displays in any of those packages that you're focused on. Tableau is one of the biggest ones out there right now because it is a paid-for service, but it's also very robust and easy to use and uses less programming on the back end. So just a quick side note on there, roll your sleeves up. If this does not look right to you, you're not able to get through some of these things, make sure you are if that's what you're targeting in a company for an interview.
So guys, that's a wrap on our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.